Was standing atop a body of water. Incredibly clear, transparent water. It was shallow, reaching only my ankles, but it was not cold. Intermittently, the waves whispered in my ears. I was tightly grasping the handles of a wheelchair. Shogun. No, the real Nishiju Takumi was right before me, his head adorned with his knitted cap. He sat ever so slightly hunched forward in his wheelchair. There wasn't a single thing surrounding us. Neither shells buried in the sand, nor seabirds elegantly soaring through the sky. Nothing so expressly emulative of the sea could be seen. There were no signs of life, only the blue sea and the crystal clear sky. The terrain was completely flat all around me, with the horizon stretching as far as the eye could see. This place was not the real world. Before long, I'll be dead. Together with the sound of breaking waves, I heard Shogun's voice. From where I was standing, I couldn't see his expression. The tone of his voice didn't carry any particular feeling of lamentation. In reality, his words felt like they were simply casual, passing remarks. If you look at this body of mine, I think you'll understand. Small, wrinkled, and withered away. All of his hair had fallen out. It is an illness from within. It first began at the age of 10, when my physical development halted. And then, I aged. Was he aging prematurely? That illness was supposed to be rare, affecting only 1 out of every 8 million people. It started when you were 10? A gruesome scene etched into my memories began to rise to the surface. It was about 3 months before that bus accident. It was the onset. The bus accident. Did you... I'm not truly sure. At the time, I still wasn't fully aware of my powers. Long before the onset of my illness, for as long as I could remember, I was able to use the powers of a gigglomaniac. I believed it to be normal. Whether consciously or unconsciously, I repeatedly made use of those powers. And because of this, the contradictions in my existence grew too large. Anyway, Senna told you about this, didn't she?
粒子とともに追生成される反粒子はディソードにストックされていくんだ。
Pair produced in tandem with particles or antiparticles, which stock up in the D-sword.
反粒子は数学的に言えば過去へ向かうものだから。
Given, mathematically speaking, the antiparticles are that which approach the past.
ストックすればするほどギガロマニアックスには現在の状態とのズレが発生し、
The larger the amount stocked up, the larger Gigglomaniac's gap from their present state.
やがてその矛盾により存在としての自己崩壊へ至る。
And if not corrected, those contradictions will eventually lead towards one's self-collapse as an existence. As he spoke, Shogun didn't move an inch in his wheelchair. What was he looking at? Could he even see at all?
力を使えば使うほどこの病は進行しちゃうんだ。
The more I use my powers, the more this illness progresses.
ギガロマニアックスの力で治せばいいじゃないか。
Can't you just heal yourself with your Gigomaniac powers?
力を使えば病は進行する。端的に言えば力を使ってもプラスマイナスゼロっていうことさ。何も変わらない。
If I use my powers, the illness progresses. In essence, plus and minus make zero. Nothing changes.
どうして
Why?
どうして僕みたいな肝オタのヘタレ野郎を作ったの？もっと強くて行動的でかっこいいイケメンにすればよかったのに。
Why did you make an otaku freak loser like me? You could have made someone stronger, cooler, better looking. Some proactive alpha. I don't know.
人を一人、しかもギガロマニアックスの力を使える人間を生み出すのは簡単なことじゃなかった。
Creating a person, and one who can wield the powers of Gigomaniac at that, is not such a simple task.
君を生み出したんだ。1年近く昏睡しちゃったくらいだ。
Creating you put me into a coma for close to a year.
僕は未完成だったってわけ。
So what? I'm just incomplete?
だからこそ君はとても人間らしい。
And that's what makes you so very human.
フォローしなくてもいい。
Yeah, you don't have to try to make me feel better.
本心だよ。
I'm being earnest. I clicked my tongue. I really did hate this guy.
リミにはいつも力を使うなって怒られたよ。
Rimi always scolded me for using my powers.
彼女は君を助けたいでしょう。
She was trying to help you, wasn't she?
でも僕はリミの忠告に従うわけにはいかない。
With that said, I can't obey her warnings.
今の危機的状況は僕の IR2 がきっかけなんだから。
My IR2 was the impetus for the current critical situation. IR2, that strange scribble on the back of my essay.
IR2 はある科学者の手に留まり、やがてのぞみテクノロジー社によって研究が始められた。
IR2 caught the eye of a certain scientist, and eventually, it allowed Nozomi Technology to begin their research.
それがプロジェクトノア。
That being Project Noah.
言ってみれば人工的にギガロマニアックスの能力を発生させる装置。
It is a device which artificially generates the abilities of a Gigomaniac, so to speak.
僕が計画に気づくことができたのはリミと出会ったからなんだ。
Because I encountered Rimi, I was able to realize their plan.
彼女がひどい拷問を受けていたのはそのプロジェクトの一環だった。
One part of Project Noah was her cruel torture.
ノアのシステムを効率化するために必要だったのがコードサンプルだ。
Noah's system requires code samples to increase its efficiency.
ギガロマニアックスが力を使う過程で放出する特殊な脳波のもの。
They are unique brainwaves emitted by Gigomaniacs in the process of using their powers.
それを手に入れるためにのぞみの社長ノロセはリミに過酷な拷問を加えた。
To obtain them, the president of Nozomi, Noros, tortured Rimi severely.
強烈な負の感情を抱くときギガロマニアックスは力に覚醒し理想度を獲得するからね。
At a time of intense negative emotions, Gigomaniacs awaken to their powers and acquire their D-Sword. Once again, I remembered Seina's words.
バイオリズムの上昇によって中脳変影系ニューロンのドーパミンが過剰分泌されたとき、ディソードは現れる。
As biorhythms climb, The neurons in the midbrain limbic system excessively secrete dopamine, and one's D-sort appears.
それは危機的な状況や興奮、悲しみ、憎しみ、笑いなど人それぞれだ。
Depending on the person, this could come from feeling threatened, excited, sad, hateful, or happy.
ドーパミン分泌量が多ければ、それだけ観測しやすくなる。
The higher the amount of dopamine secreted, the easier it becomes to observe.
君が僕にちょっかいをかけてきたのもそのため。
That's why you kept coming after me? Harassing me? For that?
君を覚醒させるためにだ。
Yes, to forcefully awaken you.
ごめん。
I'm sorry. Remy and I weren't the only ones. There were others who had undergone severe mental or physical torture because of Project Noah. Yasi, Senna, Kazupi, even Nanami. Cruel trials had been laid out for all of them, all so they could become giglomaniacs.
IR2 から生み出されたノア2は、僕が自分の手で止めなくちゃならない。
IR2 gave birth to Noah too, and I must stop it by my own hands.
でも僕はこんな体だ。満足に動くことってできない。
But this is the body I have. I can hardly move at all, let alone enough to destroy Noah too.
それに、僕のコードサンプルを欲しがる望みから狙われるようにもなっちゃう。
Moreover, Nozomi has targeted me, coveting my own code sample. That was to say nothing of how he was hospitalized at Tokyo General Hospital, a place which had hidden ties to the Nozomi group.
だから、身を隠さなくちゃいけなかった。
That's why I had to go into hiding.
幻の病室のアミーちゃんか。
Ami-chan, of the Phantom Hospital room?
あそこに入ってこられたのは、リミだけだったよ。
Remy was the sole person capable of entering it.
僕は身動きが取れなくなって、それで、
And because I was no longer able to move about, I
僕を作ったのか。
made me. Shogun weakly nodded.
リミには、君を消すように何度も言われたんだ。
Remy repeatedly told me to erase you,
命を削る行為だからやめろって。
that I should stop, that what I was doing was whittling my life away.
でも、僕に残された命は長くない。力を使わなくたって、あまり差はないんだよね。
But the life I have left isn't much as it is. Whether or not I use my powers makes very little difference now. His voice was deeply serene. He had a certain sense of wiseness to him. Perhaps it was one you could only get from living out your days under a death sentence.
それに、君が覚醒して力を使えるようになれば、僕の命は持たないだろうか。
As well as this, once you awakened and used your powers, my own life could no longer be maintained anyway.
僕と君は一心同体っていうこと。
You mean you and I are one?
そうだね。
Yes, in body and soul.
でも一つだけ約束。
But you have to promise me one thing.
もう妄想はしない。
No more delusions.
ね。
Okay?
タクの妄想力はとっても強いから。
Your delusions are far too strong.
妄想をすればするほど本物のあなたの命が削られていっちゃうんだ。
The more delusions you have, the more the lifespan of the real you gets whittled away. Oh. If I tried to keep my promise to Remy, I couldn't go help her. Even if I could, I wouldn't be able to do a thing. It wouldn't matter what I tried. They'd turn the tables on me in an instant.
君の命はあとどれぐらい持つ？
How much longer do you have?
きっと、 今日か明日までじゃないかな。
Presumably, until today, perhaps tomorrow.
そこまで
That soon? I was stunned. I hadn't expected him to have so little time left.
僕が覚醒しちゃったから。
Is it because I awakened?
気にしなくていいよ。君の覚醒は僕にとって本望だから。
You don't need to worry. Your awakening is exactly what I've been seeking for so long.
君が死んだら僕はどうなる？
If you die, then what happens to me?
君は僕と一心同体であると同時にリアルブートされたことによって現実の人間になった。
You are one with me in body and soul, but at the same time, the fact that you are real booted makes you a real human being.
生まれ方は特殊かもしれないけど君は人間だよ。
Your birth may not have been traditional, but you are still a human being. Huh. Interesting.
僕が消えれば君は助かるの。
If I disappeared, could that save you?
無駄だよ。せいぜい寿命が数日から数週間伸びるぐらいじゃないかな。
No. The most it would give me is an increase in lifespan lasting from a few days to a few weeks.
でもそんな愚かな選択肢を選ぶのはやめるんだ。
But you mustn't choose such a foolish option.
君にはノア2を破壊してほしい。そのために力を使うことを遠慮しないでほしい。
I wish for you to destroy Noah too, and I wish for you to have no restraint in using your powers to do so.
言われなくても分かってる。
You don't have to tell me. I know.
君に遠慮するほど僕はお人よしじゃない。
I'm not so charitable as to hold back for your sake. Ha ha ha. Shogun's shoulders shook faintly as he laughed. Making him laugh was the last thing I'd meant to do, so that annoyed me.
君が目覚めてくれてよかった。
I'm so glad you've awakened.
勝手な話で迷惑かもしれないけどあと君に託す。
As selfish and troublesome as this may sound, I leave the rest to you. Suddenly, the feeling of the wheelchair's handles disappeared. Before I knew it, the wheelchair he was sitting in began to leave me behind, and as it moved, it almost seemed to glide across the surface of the water. Its two wheels cut into the water, making waves as they turned. I had no intention of following him. Instead, I absently watched him go.
僕の役目は終わった。
My role here has ended.
勝手だね。僕に丸投げ。
Wow, that is selfish. You're seriously gonna dump it all on me?
少し疲れちゃった。眠らせてよ。
I'm just a little tired. Let me rest a while. He turned to me from his wheelchair. As usual, I couldn't read his expression, but his voice showed an intense urgency.
時間がない。急いで。ノロスはノア2を本格的に稼働させた。
There's no time. Noros has moved Noah 2 into full-scale operation. You need to hurry.
こうなったらノア2を直接破壊するしかないんだ。
Now that it has come to this, Noah 2 must be destroyed directly.
頼んだよ。
I'm counting on you. And then, as if embraced by a cloud of mist, he began to disappear. The very colors of this mental world slowly began to fade.
君に頼まれる筋合いなんてない。
You don't have the right to count on me.
僕自身が決めたことをやるだけ。
Anything I do, it's going to be because I myself wanted to do it. Sound of the waves became more distant. Just like Rimi had once, I burned this perfect, crystal clear sky into my memories. And then I gently closed my eyes. Oh. A reporter on the radio was reading the news with a grave tone.
現在までに確認された死傷者の数は233人ですが、この数は最終的に3万人を超える。
As of this moment, the confirmed number of casualties is 233, and the final toll is expected to go well over 30,000.
気象庁の発表によりますと、今回の地震の規模は震度7、マグニチュードは 7.8 と関東大震災に匹敵する規模です。
As per the announcement made by the meteorological agency, the recent earthquake had a seismic intensity of 7 and a magnitude of 7.8 on the Richter scale, a size comparable to that of the Great Kanto earthquake.
渋谷では建物の一部が倒壊し、大規模な陥没も発生している模様です。
A number of buildings in Shibuya appear to have collapsed, and a large-scale cave-in has emerged.
首都高渋谷線が高架の倒壊により全線通行止め。
Travel through the Shibuya line of the Shudo Expressway has been suspended, as multiple sections across the entirety of the elevated railroad tracks have collapsed.
公共交通機関では山手線など全線が運転を見合わせております。
Regarding public transportation, all lines, the Yamanote line included, static mixed in with the news, until eventually the reporter spoke no longer.
ダメだわ。また聞こえなくなった。
Piece of junk. We've lost her again. Almost shook it and hit the old radio with her hand, but upon realizing she was getting nowhere, she let out a heavy sigh.
古いから使い物にならないわね。
Guess it's too old to do us any good. Forcing a smile, she looked to the side. She could see the figures of Kishimoto Yasi and Kusunoki Yua walking along, expressions of fatigue coloring their faces. Both of their uniforms were covered in soot, making it clear how laborious the trek here had been. And yet, the great swords they were holding, their D-swords, did not have a speck of dust on them. Instead, they shone with an unclouded, brutal radiance. After the earthquake, Yu and Iyase had walked back to Shibuya from Yoyogi, went straight to the Frisia office, then joined up with Momose. Waiting for the missing band to return, the three had stayed near the office throughout the night. Even though the earthquake had put the building on the verge of collapse, they had remained all the same. But in the end, band had never shown. Momose suggested leaving Shibuya immediately, something Iyase clearly took issue with.
グラジオール目覚めたの。早く他の黒騎士と合流しないと。
Gladiol has awakened. Make haste, for we must unite with other Black Knights. Iyase asserted her feelings of urgency by tugging on Yua's hand, wanting to reach the rubble-laden heart of Shibuya as quickly as they could. In the end, Yua and Momose had no choice but to follow along. It was 7 a.m. Not even an hour had passed since the sky had first begun to brighten. There was not a single trace of the refreshing morning air. The utter mayhem that had been cloaked in darkness was slowly being exposed by the rising sun, and right now, the three girls found themselves in the midst of it. The city of Shibuya had been transformed into the very picture of hell itself. Roads were torn into oblivion. Asphalt protruded from the earth. A number of buildings had collapsed, their debris scattered in broken chunks along the sides of the road. Nearly every window that could be seen was broken, and a massive billboard had fallen from its usual perch atop the building's roof. One would not have to walk far to see countless corpses left undisturbed, littered among the chaos. For every body Momose witnessed, the same act played out inside her head, one in which she clasped her hands together in pity for their demise. but there were just far too many. It was only part way through that she could not take it anymore, realizing the only way to retain her sanity was to ignore them outright. The remaining people they would occasionally pass by had lost all expression, existing only to stagger aimlessly through the streets. A group of men had come together to try and help the survivors buried beneath the rubble, but it did not seem like there was much they could do without heavy lifting equipment. Moss took another glance at what Yua was holding in her hands. A D-sword. Yasi explained them to her. Much like magic, they were swords that could be taken out of thin air. What Ban had told her had been true. And yet, Yua seemed only shocked and bewildered about possessing one for herself.
ねえ岸本さん
Question, Kishimoto-san. Yasi, walking slightly ahead of the group, paid no attention to Mosa's call. The expression on her face made it clear her patience was wearing thin.
このディソードを持つ人はあなたたちを含めて全部で7人いるっていうこと
Counting the two of you, you said there were 7 people who could wield these D-sword things, correct?
そうよ。
Yes.
他の人たちがどこにいるのかわかるの
Alright. Then, do you know where they are?
わからない。
I do not.
だったら
Then how do you...
感じるのよ。意志を。
I can feel it. The will.
こっちで間違いないわ。
There's no doubt this path is the one we must take. Yasi was effectively a brick wall. With no other options left, Mimosa repeated the same words for what felt like the 1000th time.
今むやみに歩き回るのは危ないわひとまず安全なところに避難するべきよ
Now isn't the time to be aimlessly strolling. We should really find somewhere to take shelter for the time being.
ダメよ。
No,
時間がないの。
there's no time for that.
もしかしたら他の黒騎士だったかしらその人たちだって避難場所にいるかもしれないでしょ
What about the other, Black Knights? What are they called? Perhaps they're already at the evacuation site.
そうですよ、岸本さん。私も避難場所に行くべきだと。
I think so too, Kishimoto-san. That, we should be heading to the evacuation site. Yasi suddenly came to a halt, as though Yua's backing had possibly made some sense to her. She narrowed her eyes. And then she looked beyond the rugged Gonzaka roads that no car could traverse. Over there.
えいたって何
Huh? Over where? Oh. At the end of Ayasi's gaze was a lone girl walking away from the station. She was wearing a Sume Academy uniform, though it was far more tattered than either Ayasi or Yua's. And with only her left hand, she was holding an enormous cross-shaped sword to her chest. Her gait was markedly unsteady. It looked as though she could collapse at any moment.
大変
Oh, no. Mosa's body jiggled as she ran toward the girl, toward Nishuju Nanami. The D-sword Nanami was carrying had caught her eye, but instead of prying in order to satiate her curiosity, she focused only on supporting the girl's petite frame.
大丈夫よく頑張ったわね今病院に連れて行ってあげるから気をしっかり持つのよ
Are you alright? You've done a wonderful job hanging in there thus far, but right now, we need to get you to the hospital. Just hang in a little longer, okay? Nanami's eyes responded in blank confusion to Mosa's words of encouragement. Go.
なんて言ったの
Huh? What did you say?
バングル。どこ
My bangle. Where did it go? Both you and Ayasi belatedly ran up behind Mimosa.
この子、西条くんの妹さんです。
Wait, that girl. She's Nishiju-kun's little sister.
そう、
I see.
黒騎士の資格があるのも頷けるわ。匠の妹な。
Her being Takumi's little sister? This speaks to her qualifications as a Black Knight.
二人ともこの子を運ぶのを手伝って。なんとか病院に連れて行かないと。
You two, help me carry her. One way or another, we need to get her to the hospital. It hurts. Nanami groaned in pain. My right hand.
右手。
Your right hand. Mimosa inadvertently glanced toward Nanami's right hand, gasping in surprise when she did.
だってひどい。こんな。
What manner of cruelty? How could this happen? Huh? You and Iyase were not able to grasp why Mimosa was so distraught. While the bandage over Nanami's right hand was indeed stained with blood, it did not seem to be that serious of an injury. However, in Mimosa's eyes, Nanami's hand had been severed from her bandaged wrist. Though medical measures had been taken, it was still an open wound. With a blank look on her face, Iyase attempted to grab Nanami's right hand, but her outstretched hand passed only through empty air. Like a holographic image, Nanami's fingers lacked any substance. A drop of blood trickled down from the red-stained bandage and fell into Iyase's hand.
もうそう。
A delusion?
リミさんに助けてもらって。
Rimi-san came to save me.
リミさんって崎畑リミさん。
Rimi-san? As in Sakihara Rimi-san?
知ってるの？
Do you know her?
西条くんのお友達の。
She's one of Nishiju-kun's friends. Yua had always held the suspicion that Takumi was the true Nujin culprit, so she knew a fair amount about his background. This also extended to those that would frequently come into contact with him. Therefore, it was only natural for her to have conducted investigations on Nishiju Nanami and Sakihara Rimi. In contrast to Yua, Iyase abandoned her typical aloof expression, grimacing at the mere mention of Rimi's name.
崎畑リミも7人の黒騎士の一人。
Sakihara Rimi, too, is one of the 7 Black Knights.
そうなんですか？
Huh? Is that really true? Iyase recalled yesterday's incident at the hospital. She could remember being addressed by Rimi's apologetic voice.
岸本さん。
Kishimoto-san,
タクに近づかないで。
please, stay away from Taku.
目覚めさせたくないの。
I can't let him awaken.
君には自覚がないの。黒騎士の一人としての。
Have you no self-awareness? Even as one of the Black Knights?
私が一人で何とかするから。
I can handle this myself. I'll figure it out.
とても美しいわ、その思いは。でもそれは大いなる意志の望むことじゃない。
It is so very beautiful, what you hope to accomplish, but it is not what the greater will desires.
私も望んでいないわ。あなた一人に全てを背負わせるなんて。
I do not desire it either. You must not bear all of this on your own.
黒騎士云々の話は今は置いときましょう。
Let's just put all of this talk of Black Knights on the back burner for now.
とにかく早く病院に連れて行かないと血が止まらないわ。
She needs medical attention this instant. She's losing a lot of blood. Mimosa gently placed her handkerchief on Nanomi's open wound.
すごい熱だし
何
顔色も悪い。急がないと。
She has an awful fever, and I can see her going pale. We need to hurry.
お兄に
Big bro. I want to see my big bro. Tears trickle from Nami's vacant eyes. Right at that moment, something happened. In an instant, the highway they were staying on collapsed with a deafening roar. They all lost their footing, helplessly entering free fall at gravity's mercy. To them, it was like they were falling into the deepest, darkest, lowest circle of hell. Losing herself in that illusion, Mimosa raised a scream so loud it betrayed her age entirely. Came to, dark clouds covered the sky overhead. The dark night had come to an end before I knew it. There wasn't a shred of blue sky in sight. I was hit with a wave of depression. The sky could not have been more gloomy. Countless sirens from ambulances and fire trucks blared off in the distance. A multitude of helicopters were in the sky, circling the city like flies. My head was racked with pain, like someone was putting a jackhammer to it. Felt even worse than after the last earthquake. I tried to remember what had happened before my memories had cut off. The sky turning white, Shogun mentioning the third melt. I ignored my headache and stood up, only to lose all words. The usual scenery was entirely absent. It was like a scene out of the end of the millennium thing that everyone had been freaking out about almost a decade ago. Shibuya was on the verge of collapse. Traffic lights, roadside trees, and buildings had all fallen to the ground. The Jumbotrons, the most iconic part of Scramble Crossing, really had cracks ripping through them and were entirely silent. The stairs leading down to the subway were buried beneath the rubble of their own ceilings. The guard around the Yamano line had fallen apart, and the railway had been ripped to shreds. More people than I could count were lying on the ground. Blood and guts clung to the scattered debris. Some remained motionless, some moaned in pain, some screamed for help. Some were covered in dust, crawling on all fours without a care as how it made them appear. Some only cried, tightly cradling another motionless body in their arms. I could smell all the blood, the rusty smell mixed with the stench of something burning. Everything was covered with the thick odor of dust. Far in the distance, plumes of black smoke rose like smoke signals. This was the power of Noah 2. It was horrifying. This was already on scale of a weapon of mass destruction. I now understood why Shogun wanted me to put an end to this. Come to think of it, where was Shogun? When I came back to myself, I surveyed my surroundings. There was a bent wheelchair lying pretty close to me, and right beside it, his delicate frame was lying there. I ran over to him in a panic and lifted him up. Hey, can you hear me? Say something. He didn't react. Not even his inner voice said anything. Oh God, was he dead? I put my ear to his mouth. As faint as it was, he was still breathing. But he was still unconscious. I tried hitting him lightly on the cheek a few times, but to no avail. Where is it? Where is Noah 2? If I didn't know where it was, there was no way I could make it in time to save Rimi or Nanami. I should have asked him that when I'd had the chance. Clicking my tongue, I took my phone out of my pocket. It was off, and despite my many attempts to get it working, it stayed that way. It was nothing more than garbage now. Aside from Shogun, who else would know where to find it? Think, goddammit. I didn't have time for this. While I was wandering around doing absolutely goddamn nothing, that Norosukai could be ready to kill Rimi at any moment. Then who? Who was someone I could trust? Someone who knew about Nua too.
君たちは特別な存在だ。
You were all special beings.
中でも一番特別なのは
And the most special among you?
その目、誰の目を産み落とした少年。
Is the boy who birthed. Whose eyes are those eyes?
畑野一世。
Hatano. Ise. Santa's dad. One of the founding members of Project Noah. And the person who is nowhere to be found right now. Not to mention I'd never met him before. Wait, it was possible we'd passed each other on the street before, actually. Kazupi had told me all about his homeless lifestyle, with the guy always wandering around Shibuya.
見つけるしかない。
I have to find him. With a surprisingly light body of Shogun on my back, I mindfully made my way through the debris. I didn't have a clue as to where Atano-san was, but I had no choice. I had to find him, no matter what. As light as Shogun's body was, it was still nearly 20 kilograms. It was hard enough just carrying him around Shibuya, but it was even worse factoring in all the uneven roads. I wasn't one for exercise. I mean, hell, my daily routine consisted of me sitting in front of my computer all day. I considered finding a way to get Shogun to the hospital, but with Shibuya the way it was, I doubted I could even get an ambulance. Even the gentle hill that was Dogonzaka was doing its best to drain all my energy. I could barely breathe. My whole body was gushing out buckets of sweat. Wiping the sweat off my forehead, I took a quick break to catch my breath.
空へと突き出た今しめの祭壇
Reaching to the sky, an altar of commandments.
味の冒涜報いのせめく
For blasphemy towards God, it speaks of painfully hellish rewards.
その目に習って歩み続くがいい
Believe in those eyes. Listen when they tell you to walk.
一つなった一つと闇に手と手をつなぐ
Do so one by one, linking hand in hand within the darkness. Suddenly, I could faintly hear someone's voice. Someone was singing, their voice rife with loneliness, but not without hope. Their soothing voice washed over me. I'd heard the singing somewhere before. Back at that concert, even in spite of the gnarling lights overwhelming my vision and the blaring sound shaking the entire airtight building, I'd still managed to take it in. But this time, I was in the middle of a road where I couldn't see a single sign of life. And yet, in the center of this collapsed city dominated by death, I could hear Yasi? I put Shogun down and surveyed my surroundings once again, but the only people I could see were the collapsed corpses strewn across the city. I did my best to avoid looking at them, instead focusing on trying to find Yasi. Where the hell was their voice coming from? The road in front of me was wholly caved in. Looking at it, The hole it had created was incredibly big. There was definitely a subway tunnel beneath it. I didn't want to believe it at first, but even so, I peered down from the edge of the hole. It was about 5 meters deep. There was a pretty fair amount of rubble piled up at the bottom. And that was where Ayase had fallen. Takumi. Hold on, I'll save you. I jumped down into the hole. I didn't stick the landing whatsoever, instead basically slamming into the rubble while I just barely avoided falling over. Yassi's leg was pinned under the pretty sizable slab of concrete, stopping her from moving. I really did give it my best effort, but moving it just wasn't possible on my own.
私だけじゃない。
I'm not the only one.
他に3人いるわ。君の妹も。
There are 3 others, including your sister.
ナナミが
Nanami's here? What the hell was she doing here? Hadn't that Narosuke kidnapped her?
ナナミナナミ
Nanami! Nanami, are you there? Enduring the pain in my legs, I stood up and yelled out for my sister, but I got no reply. Looking around me, I only saw the other person beside Ayase. There was a pretty hefty woman lying face down on the ground, and while she wasn't moving, she only seemed to be unconscious. Nanami and the other person were absent. Maybe they'd been buried alive. I had to find them, right this second. My eyes shot to the top of the hole. There was enough dust to make anyone hack their lungs out, but beyond that, I could see the circular shape of the sky above. I thought about Shogun, who I'd laid on the road up there. I remembered that Rimi had told me. Oh, what she had told him.
妄想をすればするほど本物のあなたの命が削られていっちゃうんだ。
The more delusions you have, the more the lifespan of the real you gets whittled away. But I couldn't hesitate here. I drew my D sword entirely from thin air. Consciously avoiding looking at her leg, I sat down near Ayase and peered at her face. I stared into her eyes, refusing to look at anything else. That should do the trick.
妄想するんだ
Time for a delusion. A strong one. A really strong one.
綾瀬の足の上にある瓦礫は大きなものじゃない。数は多いけど一つ一つは小さい。
The rubble on your leg isn't that big. In fact, it's actually just a bunch of small pieces smashed together.
重くない。簡単に足を引っ張り出せる。
It isn't heavy at all either. Nothing is stopping you from pulling your leg out from under it.
他の二人も助け出せる。
And the other 2 can be saved just as easily. Me and Ayase, we only needed mutual recognition between us 2 gigglomaniacs, because once we had that, then our delusion was sure to become reality. Out of nowhere, Ayase smiled in relief. She gently stroked my cheek with her fingers.
グラジオールの導きね。君がここに来てくれたの。
'Tis the guidance of Gladio, the fact that you came here. I blinked nervously. Exactly as I had deluded it to be. The large slab of concrete pinning Yassi's leg had now turned into a heap of smaller pieces. Pushing away some of the debris, Ayase slipped her leg right out. I really hadn't expected it to go so damn well. Starting to move, she massaged her ankle. Luckily, her injuries didn't seem all that bad.
綾瀬の歌が聞こえたんだ。それに導かれたんだよ。
I could hear you singing, Ayase. That was what guided me here. Really.
そう。よかった。歌い続けてきた。
I see. It gladdens me that I continued to sing. Helping Ieyasu up, I stood up and took a look around.
ナナミは
Where's Nanami? I still didn't see any signs of my sister. Had my delusion failed after all? Or was Nanami already... I began to feel anxious. Is anyone there? I heard a voice. Looking in the direction of it, I saw a hand reaching out from a gap inside the rubble. And so, I took that hand, gripped its slender fingers, and peered into the gap. The gap was almost like a tunnel, and in that tunnel was a familiar-looking girl wearing glasses. It felt like it had been ages since I'd last seen Yua.
なぜか急にこの隙間ができて
Somehow, this hole, well, it appeared out of nowhere.
ついさっきまで全く身動きが取れなかったんですけど
It's strange. Until only a few moments ago, I couldn't move at all. The girl averted her eyes from me, with a face that seemed almost apologetic.
手をしっかり掴んでて
Hold on tight. Huh? I tightly gripped Yua's hand, and then I pulled as hard as I possibly could away from the gap. Ieyasu helped as well. With the two of us pulling Yua with all our might, she managed to break free from the rubble without too much trouble.
ありがとうござい
Thank you so much. Cough, cough. She was covered from head to toe in dust. A few pieces of concrete were tangled up in her long hair. But even with all of that, Yua seemed completely uninjured. And now, Nanami. Leaving Yua with Ieyasu, I started to search for Nanami. Given Yua had managed to break free, I could only assume that my delusion had actually worked. And if that were true, then Nanami should have been in some rubble somewhere that I could yank her free from. And lo and behold, that was exactly the case. As I searched through tons and tons more rubble, I managed to catch a glimpse of Nanami's face through a crack in the debris.
ナナミ
Nanami! I called to her, but she didn't respond. She must have fainted. Reaching out, I went to touch her shoulder, but hesitated. A memory from yesterday flashed into my mind, of Nanami vanishing into particles right before my eyes. No, this had to be the real Nanami. Gathering my resolve, I grabbed her by the shoulder, or more specifically, by her blouse. I could actually touch her. I could feel her warmth. Just like I had with Yua a bit ago, I pulled her out with all my strength. Unlike Ieyasu or Yua, however, Nanami's uniform was stained with blood. Her hand especially was covered in red. Regardless, I laid her down on the ground, then went to check her breathing. She seemed to be in pain, but she was still breathing.
よかった
Oh, thank God. Even so, I couldn't help but worry about her right hand. It was absolutely covered in blood. And yet, when I tried to grab it, my finger slipped right through it. A delusional hand? Then, that could only mean Nanami's right hand was...
ごめんごめん巻き込んで
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I got you involved. A groan leaked from Nanami's mouth. Her face was caked in dust. I gently stroked her cheek and watched as her eyelids slowly began to open. Big bro? Her gaze faintly wandered for a moment before finally landing on me.
ナナミ
Nanami. And at that very moment, Nanami's expression warped and changed. Tremendous tears broke free from her eyes. Her left hand firmly grasped my own. Big bro, big bro. She whispered to me so happily, it felt as if she never wanted to let me go. But when I heard those whispers, I responded with a slight shake of my head.
ナナミの本当のお兄は僕じゃないよ。
Nanami, your actual older brother, isn't me. Huh? My memories are so cloudy. That was how Nishuji and Nanami felt. Her brother's words had been the trigger in her heart, and now she felt as if she had two brothers. However, what her heart told her was that it was not just as if she had two, but that she really did have two. Her mind flashed back to the past, and she remembered her two brothers' faces. One of them seemed quite pathetic, and one of them was covered in wrinkles. And yet, despite these distinctions, she was still convinced that she had only a single brother. Something was not adding up. Something between her memories and her cognition. What was reality? What was an illusion? She did not know, and that scared her. To escape this, she attempted to empty her mind of all thoughts. When suddenly, her own voice audibly rippled outward. Nana, you need to stay strong. The next thing she knew, she was standing in a hallway illuminated by a setting sun. She could smell disinfectant, and before her stood a rather plain door. She reached out toward it and took hold of the handle, and then, through no will of her own, her hand opened the door.
ああ、お兄、またご飯食べないつもり？
Hey, this again? Are you seriously not gonna eat, big bro?
ちゃんと食べてっていつも言ってるじゃん。出ないと元気になんないよ。
How many times do I have to tell you to eat up? If you don't eat, you're never gonna get better.
あ、もしかしてグリーンピースが入ってるから？
Oh, jeez. Is it because of the peas?
子供じゃないんだし、いい加減好き嫌いやめたら？
You're not a little kid anymore, big bro. When are you gonna stop being so picky?
そりゃ、ナナだってグリーンピース嫌いだから残したくなる気持ちはわかるけど。
Then again, I kinda hate peas too. So if you wanna leave them off to the side, I get it.
ちゃんと食べてくんないとナナが怒られるんだからね。あの怖い看護師長さんに。
But still, you've gotta eat everything else. If you don't, she's gonna get really mad at me. You know, that super scary head nurse. She's got...
ナナミ、
Nanami.
何？
Yeah?
今まで辛く当たってごめん。
I apologize for mistreating you so over the years.
お兄が謝るなんて珍しいじゃん。
Huh? It really isn't like you to apologize.
もう僕のために無理をする必要はないんだ。
You don't need to overwork yourself for my sake anymore.
と、
I don't?
何言ってるの？
What are you saying?
僕は身を隠さなくちゃならなくなった。
I have to go into hiding.
だからお前は
So, because of that,
もうここには来なくていい。
you don't need to come here anymore.
何のつもり？
What are you...
さようなら。
This is goodbye. And that was where her memories cut off. Those memories about her real brother. Her brother had been suffering from a serious illness, leading her to graciously spend many years tending to him in the hospital. No matter how much time had passed, she knew she had to stay strong so that she could best take care of him in his time of need. For the past year and a half, these things had disappeared from her memory entirely. She had forgotten that those memories had even existed. And in exchange for that, her brother had continued living on his own in good health, right there in Shibuya. Her mother had asked her to routinely check in on him, leading her to sometimes drop by on the way home from school. And thus, she had done so, thinking nothing of it. After all, he was her brother. Checking in on him might as well have already been routine. She had never housed any doubts about it.
どうしてナナは
Why did I
忘れちゃってたんだろう。
forget all about you? Nearly 30 minutes had passed since she had been rescued from beneath the rubble, and now she had finally been reunited with her real brother. There he was, lying still on the road. He was still breathing, but remained unconscious. His body was small, wrinkled, emaciated, and incredibly weak as she remembered. It was the brother from so long ago whom she had always known.
こんなのひどいよ。
This is just too much.
ナナはお兄に文句ばっかり言ってたけど
I spent all my time lecturing you, all of it, but though her brother did not reply, she clung to his small body all the same, letting loose a flood of tears.
お兄のこと一度だって忘れたいなんて思ったことなかったのに。
Never, never did I ever think about forgetting you, big bro.
勝手だよ。わがまますぎだよ。
You're so selfish. Really, how could you be this selfish? The sound of metal lightly scraping against something came from within her brother's clothes, and a moment later, something slipped free from his pocket. Huh? It was what Nanami had been searching for. When she lost her right hand, she lost it as well. A flimsy, cheap bangle with a snowflake motif. Confused, she stared at her real brother's face, but his eyes, buried in wrinkles, did not open or return. Nanami picked up the bangle with her left hand. She remembered how it felt to touch. It was her brother's first present to her, Nanami's greatest treasure. Nanami lifted her gaze, unconsciously searching for her other brother. He was holding a long sword, and his back was turned to her. But he was walking away. He was leaving this place. Even without saying a word, Nanami could understand that much. The fact that he might leave without saying even a word to her left her wrought with a terrible loneliness.
行っておいで。
Go to him. Nanami's brow furrowed in confusion, and she softly searched around herself.
今声が
Where did... It was her brother's voice. That much she indeed remembered. The voice of her brother, who should have been unconscious.
彼は僕と一心同体。もう一人のお兄なんだから。
He and I are one in body and soul. He is like another brother to you. Whether it was truly her brother's voice, or a mere hallucination, Nanami could not tell. And yet, regardless of which it was, she whispered all the same.
分かった。
Yeah, you're right. She whispered to her brother, who still lay on the ground. Nanami stood up and walked toward her older brother's back. She hardly had any strength left. Day after day, she had been trapped in a pitch-black room, forced to take part in some sick tableau of agonizing crucifixion. She could not even remember how many times she had thought she would die. Her right hand in particular caused her tremendous amounts of pain, as if a chisel was being struck into it all the way to the bone. The sensation that she lacked her hand, together with the illusion that would still remain, were tearing her mind in two. She was exhausted, both mentally and physically. If she lost focus, there was no doubt she would fall to the ground, too drained to get back up again. Therefore, she had to make a desperate effort to reach her hand out this very instant. Even if it took more effort than she could give, she would do everything in her power to make him stop. Wait. She narrowly managed to squeeze something out, and thankfully, he had heard. He halted his stride and looked back toward Nanami. Even though she had managed to stop him, she was lost on what exactly to say to him. The reality that this person was not her brother at all. The conviction that this person was her brother to the end. Those two feelings had blended together in her head, making them even harder to discern. But she gripped her bangle tightly in her left hand. It had been his gift to her, one that felt cold to the touch, but warm to the heart. The very existence of this bangle linked both him and her together. That was how she felt. And that answer was all she needed. Her hesitation instantly faded.
お兄は本当のお兄じゃないかもしれないけど。
Big bro, even though you might not actually be my brother, I...
頼りにならなくて、おたくさんで、アニメキャラのお人形さんばっかり集めてて。
You're not very reliable. You're a total nerd, always collecting anime, doll things.
口が悪くて、愛想もなくて、意地悪なことばっかり言うけど。
And you say a lot of mean things. You're never really nice to people. And you're pretty much always rude. But
お兄も、ナナのお兄だよ。
you're still my big bro. Trying her hardest to fight back her tears, Nanami smiled as best she could.
ありがとう、ナナミ。
Thank you, Nanami. Upon gazing at his expression, she saw that her brother seemed a little embarrassed, and with that, relief washed over Nanami, before slowly putting her consciousness to rest. Nanami nearly collapsed, and I hurriedly went to catch her. She lost consciousness. Her face was pale, and she was clearly having trouble breathing.
早く病院に運ばないと、このままじゃ危ないわ。
We need to get her to the hospital right away. She's losing an awful lot of blood. The hefty woman, who had introduced herself as Mimose, appeared in Nanami's face as she voiced her concern. Next, she turned to Shogun.
そっちに寝かせてる子もね。
Same goes for the boy resting there. I decided to leave Nanami in Mimosa's son's care.
2人を頼みます。
Keep them safe, please.
あなたはどうするの？
What are you going to do?
探さなくちゃいけない人がいて。
There's someone I need to find. So I could learn the whereabouts of Noah too. I had asked Nanami since she had been taken there when she was kidnapped, but she wasn't too sure of it herself. In the end, I had no choice but to find Atano.
必要なことなの。グラジオールを倒すために。
Is this something you truly must do? To overthrow Gladio?
グラジオールか。
Gladio. Replace that with Noah too. And
そうだよ。
yeah, I do. Yasi's expression stiffened. She took a single step toward me. By the way, she slightly dragged her leg. I could tell she had genuinely been injured.
一緒に行くわ。私も。
Then I will follow. Take me with you.
その必要はないよ。
You don't have to do that. Even though I tried to tell her no, she only shook her head in refusal.
七に集まらないと。
The seven all must gather.
綾瀬も、それに、イワも。畑野っていう人を探してほしい。
Yasi, I want you and Yua to find someone for me. Their name is Tano. At the mere mention of her name, Yua jumped a little from her hiding spot behind Mamos.
その人が、ノア2の場所、知ってるから。
I need you to find them, because they know where to find Noah too.
一緒に行動しなくても、僕はみんなの見聞きしたことがわかる。
Even if we don't search together, I'll still know everything you see and hear.
だから、今は手分けして探して。
So, let's split up and start looking. That was the best option we had at the moment, and we had to be quick about it. There was no guarantee we'd be safe if another earthquake struck.
わかった。
Understood. Yasi seemed to agree with me, though she didn't look all that happy about it.
なんだかよくわからないけど、
I'm not quite sure I follow.
野呂瀬源一が、すべての黒幕です。
Narosa Genichi has been behind it all since the very beginning. He's the mastermind.
そういうこと。
So that's how it is.
それなら、妹さんたちのことは私に任せなさいな。
Then please, go do what you need to do. I'll take care of everyone here. Mosa-san puffed out her chest in a display of bravado, and then she gave me a quick nod, likely in an attempt to cheer me on.
ただし、無茶しちゃダメよ。
Just don't do anything rash.
それと一つ頼まれてほしいんだけど、
And one more favor if you don't mind.
バンちゃん、ヘラヘラ笑ってるうさんくさそうな中年刑事を見たら、私に連絡するように伝えてくれる？
If you happen to run into Banchan, if you happen to run into a seedy-looking detective with a goofy grin, could you please tell him to contact me? Did she mean Ban Yasuji? I knew all about how he had died. He had been shot and killed by his own partner. I had unconsciously seen it all unfold. I fully intended to tell Mimosa-san this, but
まったく、あの人はこんな時にどこをほっつき歩いてるんだか。
seriously, what could he possibly be doing at a time like this?
まあ、案外どこかで怪我人を助けてるのかもしれないけどね。
Well, the man's full of surprises, so maybe he decided to stop and help out some of the wounded. Most had to go and say something like that, and now I can no longer bring myself to tell her the truth.
というわけでよろしく。
Well, you better get going. Thank you.
はい。
Yeah. Without meaning to, I nodded, making a promise I'd never be able to keep. But that had been the only answer I could ever have thought to make.
西条くん。
Nishiju-kun. With her head lowered, Yua spoke with a barely audible voice. For a good while now, she had been nervously taking peeks at me, which made me think she had something to say.
あなたのこと疑ってごめんなさい。
I'm sorry I ever doubted you.
私 西条くんを傷つけるようなこと言って。
And that I ever said such hurtful things to you. The lenses of her glasses were covered in dust, and yet I knew very well that behind them, her eyes were wet with tears.
謝っても許してもらえるとは思ってないです。
Even if I apologized after everything I did, it would never be enough.
それでも謝らせてください。
But even so, I still want to apologize anyway.
ごめんなさい。
I'm so sorry. She bowed her head deeply. I didn't reply. All I did was turn my back to her.
僕のベースにあるセーラのフィギュア。
The Sierra figures? The ones in my base?
はい。
Yes?
よかったらもらってくれる？
If you want, could you take them off my hands? Huh? Back when she had deceived me, I couldn't have been more shocked. But now, I understood why she had done what she had done. So it just felt wrong to say, I forgive you, or something along those lines. It was true that I always thought of her as my enemy, but I had no right to make her bow to me, nor any right to forgive her.
いいんですか？
Are you sure?
もらってほしい。
Yeah, I want you to have them.
はい。
Alright.
はい。
Alright.
また一緒にフィギュア買いに行きましょうね。
Sometime in the future, let's go buy some new ones together, okay? And with that, Yua put on the same gentle smile she had when we first met. I nodded to her in response. I exchanged looks with both Ayase and Momosan. Then, I etched the image of Nanami and Shogun into my eyes one last time. And so, I began walking alone among the mountains of rubble once again. Shinsen Station of the Inukashira line was one stop from Shibuya, with it taking only about a minute to arrive there by train. The station itself was situated within an underground tunnel, resulting in the only natural light being the beams seeping in from the opening at the end of the platform. Due to the earthquake, all the lights had gone out, enveloping the area in a far thicker darkness than usual. Carefully supporting Orihara Kazu's body, Aoi Sena set foot onto the platform. There had been no need to buy a ticket. Not a single staff member was present in the vicinity, and none of the ticket machines were in service. Only a glance was necessary to understand how horribly warped the railroad tracks had become. It was no wonder that the trains had suspended operation the day before. Funya, ouchie, wouchie. The fuck? Kazu's left leg was drenched in blood. She had been deeply cut by broken glass during the earthquake. Seina had attempted to staunch the flow of blood with a towel, but the wound was far worse than she had supposed. Basic first aid would not suffice. Giglomaniacs are enabled to use their powers to heal wounds. To the brain, pain is an inescapable reminder of reality. Thus, Giglomaniacs cannot form any sort of mutual recognition to the effect of "I'm not wounded" or "the injury didn't happen." Human instinct would never allow it. I don't want to walk any s'more. Even with Kazui's teary protests, Seina remained wordless. As she marched intently towards Shinsen Station, only one thing held her focus: something she refused to divert any attention from. When they at last reached the deserted platform, Sana quickly pulled back the arm she had been using to support Kazooie. With no strength remaining in one of her legs, Kazooie immediately collapsed to the ground. Kazooie lifted her gaze in bewilderment, but Sana paid her no mind. Glaring motionlessly at a certain point in the distance, the black-haired girl gritted her teeth.
やっと見つけた。
Finally, I found you. At the end of her gaze, in the dark recesses of the platform, sat a lone human figure.
セナさんのパパなのだ。
Whoa, that's Sana-shan's puppy, Pappy. Dang it. It was a homeless man clad in filthy rags. In his hands, he held a sign that read, "The hearts of the people face annihilation." Sana slowly approached the man.
誰に向けたメッセージだ。
Who is that message directed toward? Her voice was cold and unfeeling, a tone that could freeze all who came in contact with it.
負を生へと変換できる者たちへの遺言だよ。
To those who can change negative into positive, it is my last will and testament.
セナ。
Sana. Keeping his head hung low, the homeless man did not even look his daughter in the eye as he dispassionately spoke her name.
お前に慣れ慣れしく名前を呼ばれたくない。
Don't say my name like we're family.
この半年ずっと考えてきた。
For the past 6 months, I've thought of only one thing:
お前をどうやって殺すか。
how I'd finally kill you.
ありがと
I thank you for that.
どうして礼を言う。
Why the hell are you thanking me?
う。利己的な理由だよ。
For entirely selfish reasons.
お前に殺されることが私にとって最善の贖罪かもしれない。そう思ったからだ。
That perhaps the most I can do to atone is to let you kill me. Those are where my thoughts lie.
それなら話は早い。
Say no more. Sana real booted her D-sword. The method she had chosen for her father's execution was death by her D-sword. The simplicity behind it laid the truth bare. The way she killed him did not matter. All that mattered was killing him at all.
すまない。
I'm sorry. Hatano still refused to raise his head.
どうして謝る。
Why are you apologizing?
お前に父殺しの汚名を着せてしまうからだ。
Because this act will follow you for the rest of your life, and I placed it on you. Patricide carries a great weight.
殺せさえすればどんな恥ずかしめだって受けてやる。
I don't care what happens to me, so long as I can kill you.
お前は母さんと妹を殺した。
You killed my mother and sister.
事実だ。
That is indeed true.
しかもあんなむごい最後。
And they died in such horrible ways. Sana could only act calm and collected for so long. As her emotions began to take control, she was seized by a fierce tremble.
お前には見せたくはなかっ
I never wanted you to see that.
た。いや、今のは聞き流してくれ。
No. Please disregard what I just said.
なぜあんなことを。
Why'd you do it?
過程を説明することは無意味だよ。
To explain the process behind it all would be meaningless.
お前は納得しないし、結果が改変されるわけでもない。
You would not accept it, nor would it change the outcome. Sana thrust the tip of her D-sword toward Hatano's head.
そうやってまた逃げるのか。
Is this your way of running away again?
間違っていたのは私だ。それが全てなんだ。
I was gravely mistaken. There's nothing more I can say.
お前には失望した。
I'm so disappointed in you.
まだ期待していたのか。何を。
What is it you still expect of me?
人を含めて世界は全て電気仕掛け。
Everything in the world, people included, is an electronic device.
そう言ったのはお前だ、セノ。
You said that yourself, Sana. Sana's shoulders trembled. For nearly 3 years, ever since Atano had begun the Mana project, the two of them had rarely come into contact. And yet, despite this significant time apart, Atano had seen right through her, something which troubled her to no end. Distraught by the sheer discomfort she felt, the wavering of her heart morphed into nothing but pure fury, dispelling any form of reason she had still had within her.
セナ、惑わされるな。
Don't be deceived, Sana.
電気仕掛けならば、お前のその私を恨む感情もまた、ただの電気信号でしかない。
If we were just electronic devices, then even your hatred toward me would be nothing more than electrical signals. Atano is just trying to overwhelm me. That was what Sana told herself. Calm down.
お前の言葉なんか無効だ。
Your words mean nothing to me.
あまり感情的な行動をとるな。でなければ、お前は矛盾する。
You cannot let your actions be ruled by emotions. If you don't maintain control, you will end up facing contradictions.
その言葉を受け取ってはいけない。精神攻撃だ。
Reject those words. They are the product of a mental attack.
判断を中止するんだ。
Suspend your judgment.
話を終わりだ。
Enough talk. Sana tried to take a stance with her D-sword. But before she could, Atano suddenly stood up. Kazooie watched the exchange with unease, and when she wondered if she should interfere, the pain in her leg forced her to abandon all hope of doing so. She was not sad, but that did not stop her from weeping deep within herself. Atano took one large step forward. Her response delayed. Sana switched to an offensive position, but in her attempt to brace herself, her feet slipped in the gravel. As her body shook and staggered, her stance began to collapse. Any sort of edge her appearance had once held disappeared, and in its place came a great fear. Her hatred toward her father was what had given her the strength to persist, but now that the time had come to face him at last, she had found herself deeply afraid. She did not quite understand why that was. All she knew was that the cause lay within the words he had just spoken. Atano threw himself at her with tremendous speed. No! As she fell backward, ignoring both gravity and centrifugal force alike, she swung her enormous D-sword up from below. The blade first carved out the tile of the platform floor, and then it slashed straight through her father's shoulder. It moved with a fluidity akin to a hot knife through butter. Her father's hands sent her flying backward. Fresh blood burst from her father's injury. His eyes were colored with an expression of deep relief. Sana's teeth sank deep into her lip. Not even a second later, something pierced her father's chest at lightning speed. Tearing in through his back, it flew straight through the man's chest, very narrowly grazing Sana, then swiftly disappearing. Now, blood gushed not from his shoulder, but from his chest as well. The crimson liquid flowing from his wounds splattered against Sana's cheeks. A bullet? Having been thrown backward, the moment Sana landed on her rear, her head shot right back up, and she frantically searched for the shooter. Whoopsie. Swing and miss. A man stood in the crossway between the Shinsen Station tunnel and the tunnel leading to Shibuya Station, the sole place illuminated by a gaping patch of sky above. He was holding a handgun. Tsuwa. Well, even then, I'd say that was still pretty darn good for the range I'm at. Sana's father collapsed beside her. Half his body was already soaked in blood. No. Were you protecting me? Overcome with disbelief, Sana fixed her gaze on the pool of blood spilling over the tile floor. Words breed chaos. Gasping for air, her father weakly spoke. You're much too honest, Sana. When I see you shine so, I'm left fraught with a terrible sadness and overwhelmed with affection. The bullet had been meant for Sana, but Tano had taken it in her place. She had been trying to take her father's life, but he had given it for her instead. You're kidding me. Sana tightened her grip on the D-sword she held in her hand. Well, as far as I'm concerned, that's no biggie. The Hatano daddy-daughter duo dying was all part of the plan anyway. An odd noise echoed throughout the platform, a sound Sana instantly recognized as a Noah 2 terminal. How long has that sound been going on for? Sana would not let it continue. The existence of the man who had stepped between her and her father, the man whose gun had prematurely ended their resolution, was something she would not let continue. How dare you get in the way between... When she stood up and fixed her eyes ahead, the cries of an infant began to resound throughout the dimly lit platform. A sense of strange discomfort grew in her hands, and for some reason she cannot comprehend, instead of a sword, she was clutching a decayed, desiccated baby. In an action motivated by reflex, she cast it away from her. But immediately after she had done so, she realized that the child was her own sister. Her sister, whom she had only seen once before, long ago. Her sister, whose name she did not know, and whose own mother had devoured her until hardly anything remained. That was a child before her. Large avulsions where chunks of meat had been bitten free covered her entire frame. Each tear in her dry skin provided a window to view glistening fragments of white bone, and the pink scraps of flesh adhered to them. Sana began to tremble once more. She could not take her eyes off of it. She could not forgive herself for feeling disgust at her own sister, let alone tossing her aside like filth. It was exactly like back then, when she had seen her mother's last moments. Her mother, who had died while ruled completely by madness. Still nestled within her mother's arms, her sister had been shredded to pieces and consumed, left only as a heap of pitiful remains. In response to the sight that she had been forced to witness, rather than sadness or horror, what she had felt was pure, utter revulsion. Remnants of guilt remained lodged deep within her chest. Despising her father was her way of averting her eyes from that emotion. Even though a part of her very much knew that this was an attack brought on by a delusion, it reawakened feelings that had been sealed deep within her heart, leaving her entirely motionless. It was as if her wrists and ankles were bound. But Sana was not the only one suffering from such a state. Kazooie was as well. An enormous mirror had materialized in front of the collapsed girl, and within it, a reflection of her with her legs covered in blood asked her a single question. Who are you? Kazooie froze in terror. Large tears began to flow from her eyes. The wounds she had wanted to forget, the past she never wanted to remember. Tears of deep decay began leaking from her heart and mind. She wanted to run away as far as her legs could take her, desiring nothing more than to look away from the mirror. She wished to turn away. Yet, forgoing her will entirely, her body refused to move. Herself on the other side of the mirror was not shedding even a single tear. Who are you? 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 Who am I? Oh my gosh. Who am I? 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 She was collapsing into a Gestaltzerfall. Gestaltzerfall? Sounds German. Just like when she lost all words so long ago. Just like when her heart and mind had been broken so long ago. No longer able to see herself, she herself questioned herself in the mirror. She lacked any certainty that it was her own voice. She lacked any certainty that it was her own hairstyle. She lacked any certainty that it was her own nose. She lacked any certainty that it was her own pair of eyes. She lacked any certainty that it was the fullness of her own lips. She lacked any certainty that it was her own shape. Oh my. She lacked any certainty that it was her own face. Who am I? You're Kazupi. Her shape in the mirror had been on the cusp of dividing infinitely, but the voice that had suddenly burst into her mind had put a stop to it. I'm Kazupi. I'm Kazupi. She reconfirmed her identity. Kazooie had returned to herself. Cracks ripped through the enormous mirror before her, and then it shattered into pieces. Kazui searched for the voice of her savior. When her gaze arrived at the ticket gate, she recognized exactly who it was. Her real voice, the one that would have been lost forever, called out to him. Yeah, I thought so. Takumi-san! Kazubi called out, not with her inner voice, but with her real voice. I realized that it was the first time I'd ever heard her use it. It was thanks to Kazubi that I'd managed to get over here so quickly. I'd been next to a police box at the top of Dogenzaka when I'd heard her inner voice screaming for help. Running toward that voice had brought me here, and when I got here, I saw Sana and Kazubi, faces pale from being shown a delusion I couldn't see, and Adano-san, collapsed and covered in blood. I'd found them, but I was too late. I knew it. Oh man, talk about a stroke of luck. The man with a gun in his hand was standing at the crossing. He twirled and whirled it around in his fingers as if he were some sort of gunslinger. Contrasting heavily to the suit he was wearing, he had a rucksack on his back. A harsh mechanical noise was emanating from it. Suwamo Moru, a detective from the Tokyo MPD's 1st Investigative Division. This wasn't the first time I'd run into him. And I knew exactly what he'd done. You see, originally came here to get rid of those annoying ass Hatanos. But look who decided to crash the party. What's up, Nishiju-kun? I really appreciate you tossing yourself into the line of fire like that. I was told to grab you if I ran into you, so here we are.
誰に?
But who? That one's top secret. He smiled a flippant smile, one that was somewhat reminiscent of Detective Ban's. But there was one key difference. Detective Ban's smile had always been just an act meant to throw people off or rile them up. When it came to Suwa, however, his sly smile was who he truly was.
あんたはノロセの居場所を知ってる?
Ha. Hey asshole, you know where to find Noros? Oh, come on, Nishiju-kun. Suwa heaved a sigh, shaking his head in extremely exaggerated motion. Would it kill you to throw a bit more respect my way? I'm older than you, you know.
バンっていう人を殺したのはあんただ。
You were the one who killed Ban. Yeah, what of it?
刑事のくせに人を殺すなんて。
You're a detective, yet you go as low as to kill people. I don't want to hear that from you of all people, man. I gripped my D sword tightly.
あんたみたいなやつに敬語を使う義理なんてないよ。
As if I'd ever be polite to a bastard like you. Tisk tisk. You kiss your mother with that mouth? I'll fucking kill you, you virgin piece of shit. Even from this distance, it was clear to see. The smile on Sua's face had disappeared. Without moving from where he was, he gestured with his free hand like he was trying to shake something off. Takumi-chan, look out! An impact, followed by pain, was an all too abrupt sensation. When I looked at my shoulder in surprise, I saw a familiar-looking cross pierced into it. No, it was no cross. It was a stake. A cross-shaped stake from the crucifixion case. It had come at me too fast to see. The area was so dark, I hadn't even realized it was flying toward me until it already hit me. Suwa had thrown it, without moving from his spot. He had thrown it from that distance with pinpoint accuracy. I cautiously touched the stake. It felt cold and smooth. Was it an illusion? Or was it real? The pain was growing more and more intense. I couldn't put any strength into my hand. I wasn't able to hold on to my D-sword anymore. You know, I think it's time for a reenactment. He's looking crazy as shit. Suwa raised his voice in an attempt to suppress his rage. I could do with a rerun of the crucifixion case. Not even a moment later, Suwa was holding even more cross-shaped stakes in his hand. Doing its best to restrain his furious rage that was on the verge of pouring out, he fired off the additional stakes toward Nishida Takumi. They disregarded all form of drag and the laws of physics altogether. As if they possessed wills of their own, they sped intently toward Takui's arms. 15 had found their marks thus far. Not a single one had missed. They had assaulted Takumi's shoulders, upper arms, wrists, palms, hips, thighs, knees, and shins. Blood spilled from every one of his deeply carved wounds. You know, it kinda sucks the fun out of darts when you can't screw up. Suwa already had another stake in his hand, and once again, he fired it off just like the others. It's kinda like I'm some all-powerful god or something. I felt an incredibly strange sensation. He's probably not even listening to me anyway, Suwa thought to himself. Each and every wound carved into my body only made me feel more alive. Suwa hurled yet another stake toward Takumi, who hung his head at the mercy of his attacker. Even a normal guy like me can mess around with the same power you freaks have got. All of it could be attributed to the rucksack the man was wearing on his back, a bag housing a Noah 2 terminal within it. With that, he could enjoy Noah 2's power even at a distance. He would become an artificial gigglomaniac. Suwa found himself wholly bewitched by its power. He was among the fanatics who would commit the dirtiest of deeds in the name of the founder and his teachings. Oh. This power is a gift from God. Gives me the strength to fight for what I believe in, for the divine light. Suwa hurled yet another stake. It penetrated the nape of my neck. It penetrated the nape of Takumi's neck. I was racked with extreme pain that felt as if my entire body was being torn in two. Pain so horrible, I felt as if I might go insane. The boiling, ruthless bloodlust simmering in Sua's heart demanded to know just how much pain the boy could endure. Springing forth from the torture taking place, death began to rear its head. Springing forth from the torture taking place, he would make death rear its head in him. I was unable to resist, while I still managed to put enough force into my legs to stop myself from falling over. Takumi was unable to resist, and while he still managed to avoid falling over, none of that could prevent the hail of stakes coming at me. None of that could prevent the hail of stakes coming at him. My chest, my stomach, my toes, my entire body. Takumi's chest, stomach, toes, his entire body. With no mercy in sight, stakes both thick and sharp were continually pounding into me. With no mercy in sight, stakes both thick and sharp were continually pounding into him.
虫ピンで標本にされた昆虫みたいだな。
It's like pinning an insect so you can put it up on display.
しかもカブトムシとか蝶とかじゃない。
But not some stag beetle or butterfly.
お前みたいなガキにはコガネムシあたりがお似合いだ。
Nah, some shitty little dung beetle is more your speed, you little cunt. Couldn't stand for another second. Takumi couldn't stand for another second. Willpower alone was all that kept me from collapsing. Sua was baffled at what could possibly be keeping him from collapsing. But I was almost at my limit. But he knew the boy was almost at his limit. My field of vision was becoming pixelated. It was hard to see anymore. With his eyes as empty as those, he likely could not see anymore.
遺言があるならいいな。ただし20時以内。
If you've got any last words, you better make it quick. 20 words or less. Tightly clutching the next stake, Sua was talking to me as if he had already won. Tightly clutching the next stake, Sua was talking to Takumi as if he had already won. The next would kill me. The next would kill him.
さっき童貞やろうって言った。
Earlier, you called me a virgin piece of shit, right?
傷ついたのか。
Haha. Does that hurt your feelings? Using his voice in the distance as a guide, I glared in Sua's direction. Though the light in Takumi's eyes was soon to die, he glared in Sua's direction all the same.
これが最後の一本。
This one will end it.
信仰の救いはお前にはやらねえよ!
And may the divine light never save your sorry ass. I could sense the air tearing around the stake that Sua had hurled. Sua hurled the stake that he had been holding.
知ってる?
Haven't you heard? The stake would serve as the cross, the messenger bringing both certain death and the promised gospel. Death would come to whomever it struck.
童貞の妄想力はすごいんだ。
It's virgins who have the best delusions. A dull thud resounded. The stake had deeply penetrated his forehead. An incredible burst of pain exploded within Suwa, gushing forth from every part of his body. As if it had been entirely an illusion, the intense pain that consumed every part of my entire body immediately disappeared. Suwa let out a mute scream, writhing in agony. I let out a deep breath, then slowly licked my dry lips. An array of cross-shaped stakes penetrated Suwa's entire body. There was a single, cross-shaped stake in my hand. When he looked upward, he saw the cross-shaped stake embedded in his forehead. When I looked upward, I saw the overcast, gloomy sky above.
復活の奇跡は物語で妄想なんだ。
The miracle of resurrection is just a fairy tale, a delusion.
何をした？
What did you do?
妄想シンクロ。
A delusion synchro. Simulation unto a delusion. Erosion unto the mind. Like two ripples negating one another. Like two wavelengths resonating with one another. Entangling together. Melting together. A fate which distorts, created by one. A fate which is distorted, created by another. Switching them out, switching them in. There's no way that's possible, Suwa thought to himself. There's no way that's possible. Suwa's expression laid his thoughts bare.
神の先兵ならメシアと同じように朽ち果てろ。
If you're God's vanguard, then crumble away just like God and Messiah himself. Takumi tossed the stake away. Color was quickly fading from Suwa's field of vision. Light was quickly fading from Suwa's eyes.
それと
And guess what?
僕は救いなんかいらないよ。
I don't give a damn about your salvation. Suwa could no longer reply. Without falling to the ground, he breathed his final breath. I made my way back into the station. Kazupi's eyes were wide, and her mouth hung open. She was completely stunned, seeing all that must have really surprised her. Her legs were covered in so much blood, it was hard to look at.
小ズピ、大丈夫？
Kazupi, you okay? Without getting up from the ground, she nodded. It didn't look like she was able to stand on her own. Her shimmering eyes looked up at me.
たくみさん、今何が起きたの？
Takumi-san, just nowsies? What the heck was that? Kazupi, you're talking out loud. Huh?
あ、本当だ。
Whoa, Takumi-san's right. Putting a finger to her lip, she tilted her head in surprise. But she seemed to forget about it pretty quickly after that.
童貞さんの妄想力はすごいの？
Umsies. Is it true that virgins have the super bestiest, best delusions of all time?
すごいよ。
Yeah, the best. Santa once told me ignorance was a sin, but I don't quite agree with that. Not knowing things goes hand in hand with delusions. The less you know, the more delusions can grow and surge, to the point of infinity, really. Therefore, if you already know and have experienced everything, there'd be nothing left to fantasize about. And if it's one thing virgins definitely lack, it's experience, so it only makes sense that their delusions are the best around. Speaking of Santa, where was she? I searched the dimly lit platform for her. She was standing at the edge of the platform, hanging her head. and at her feet?
畑野さん
Hatano-san. Was Hatano say lying in a pool of his own blood? He showed no signs of moving, leading me to realize he was already dead. I was too late. If anyone was going to know where to find Noah 2, it would have been him.
ノア2は渋谷駅のすぐ横にある。
Noah 2 is located right next to Shibuya Station.
Eh?
Huh? As if she'd read my mind, with her eyes still aiming down at Hatano-san, at the corpse of her dead father, Sana began to murmur something.
この男が死ぬ間際に私の心に伝えてきた。
When he was on the verge of death, his mind communicated with my own.
渋谷駅の東口、ビルの屋上にある。今は閉鎖されたプラネタリウム。
Near the east entrance of the Shibuya Station, on the rooftop of the now defunct planetarium.
そこにノア2がある。
That's where you'll find Noah 2.
どうも
Thanks. I wasn't sure if I should have said something to her or just stayed silent. She hated her father enough to want him dead. And even though her wish had come true, from where I stood, she looked miserable as could be.
くそ、
Damn you.
私をかばって。それで罪を償ったつもりか。
Do you really think protecting me was enough to atone for your sins? Her words were targeted at her father's lifeless corpse. But he said nothing in return, and he never would again.
お前は自分の罪を認めた。その上で私に見せつけるよ。自殺したようなものだ。
You confessed all your sins to me, and then, just to show it, you killed yourself.
許せば私はお前を許さない。
I can't forgive you. I can't forgive what you've done.
セナさん、心が泣いてるの。
Sana-shan, your heart is crying.
本当はお父さん殺したくなかったのら。
Kazupi thinks the truth is you didn't want to kill your daddy. It was just as Kazupi said, and with those words, Sana's unusual resolute demeanor disappeared. Her shoulders trembled. Heartbroken, she fell to her knees.
どうして生きて罪を償おうとしないんだ。
Why, Sniffle? Couldn't you atone for your sins while you were alive?
どうして私を一人にするんだ。
Why, Sniffle? Did you leave me all alone?
どうして。
Why?
セナ
Sana,
西条お願い。
Sniffle, Nishiju, I beg you. Sana raised her head. The teary expression on her face now was nothing like the stern one she always wore.
ノア2を壊して。
Destroy Noah 2. Suffering from a terrible grief, she spoke with the fragility of a girl who had just lost the only family she had left.
僕を殺そうとしたくせに君のお願いなんて聞く義理はないよ。
Given you try to kill me, I have zero obligation to hear you out.
たくみさん、
Takumi-san. Turning my back towards Sana and Kazupi, I began the march down the tunnel to Shibuya Station. Before me were two giant, gaping holes. A deep darkness stretched deep inside both of them. Passing through them would be the quickest way to get to Shibuya Station.
僕は僕の目的のためだけに
For my own goals alone.
ノア2を壊す。絶対に。
I'll destroy Noah 2. No matter what. I had a feeling Sana said something after that, but I wasn't listening anymore. A single colossal device held the attention of two men, Inohana Kazuo, a member of the House of Representatives, and Kuramochi Yude, the founder of Cosmic Church of the Divine Light. An ominous hum continually sounded from the device, from Noah too, beckoning a nod of satisfaction from both of them.
5000人を殺すと言い出した時はどうなることかと思ったが。
When you broached the topic of killing 5,000 people, I was indeed curious as to what would happen should that end be met.
調整には随分と骨が折れたよ。特に300人委員会に感づかれないようにするのはね。
It was quite the backbreaking venture to keep this effort organized, especially when it was imperative for it to remain free from the prying eyes of the Committee of 300.
ご協力に感謝します。
Your cooperation is much appreciated. Noros gave a very slight bow.
だがこれが完成した今、5000人などちっぽけな数字でしかなくなった。
However, now that its completion has since been reached with our latest effort, 5,000 is now but a drop in the bucket.
早くも影響が目に見えて出てきているよ。人々の家畜化が始まっている。
Its influence is practically already evident. Our domestication of man has begun.
これでいよいよ我らが世界を手に入れる日も現実のものとなったわけだ。
With this, the reality we sought for so long is finally within our grasp. Inohana and Kuramochi looked to one another, exchanging sinister smirks. Noros, meanwhile, simply gazed at them, his face not even so much as twitching.
しかしノロセよ。貴様、なかなか興味深い趣味を持っているようじゃないか。
Ah, yes. I must say, Noros, you have quite the taste in how you choose to spend your time.
何のことでしょう？
How do you mean? Inohana smiled crudely, then gestured with his head toward the tableau erected near Noah too.
なんとも芸術性にあふれるオブジェだ。ぜひわしにも一つ用意してもらいたいものだな。
That tableau, however, of yours, it brims with such sublime artistry. I would very much enjoy it if you prepared one for me as well.
素材ならば、我が教団の信者の中からえりすぐりを提供してもよい。
If it is raw material as you require, I shall present you with the finest selections of all those who believe in my church.
倉持先生は気前がいい。
Ever the charitable one, Mr. Kuramochi.
あれは餌ですよ。
It is merely bait.
餌？
Bait, you say?
ノア2をより完璧なものにするための。
All for the goal of bringing Noah 2 closer to perfection.
まあ、そういうことにしておこう。
Well, I suppose we can leave it at that then.
それより、ノア2が具体的にどれほどのことができるのか実演してもらいたいところだね。
The more pressing matter is our interest in understanding exactly what Noah 2 is capable of. We require a demonstration.
もうそれはいい。早速やってみせたまえ。
Yes, I agree. Go on, show us. Noros slightly shrugged his shoulders, his impassive facial expression remaining ever present.
では、このようなものはどうですか？
Now then, will this interest you? By the time his words reached their conclusion, the demonstration had already begun. In the blink of an eye, Inohana and Kuramochi came to realize that they were both holding handguns. Neither Noah 2 nor Noros had made a single movement, and yet, this miraculous happening had become undeniable reality.
おお、本物そっくりだ。
Impressive. feels just like the real thing.
まるで手品のようだよ。
It's quite reminiscent of a magic trick.
手品と一緒にしてもらっては困ります。
I would rather you not group this together with simple magic tricks.
その銃の存在は現実。
Those guns do indeed exist in reality. Their eyes fixated on the handguns within their grasp, and Ohana and Koromochi nodded in satisfaction for a second time.
実に素晴らしい。
It's quite magnificent.
いかにも神をも超越する力だ。
Truly splendid. This is a power to surpass even God himself.
この銃は記念にもらっておくとするか。
I believe I'll keep this gun as a souvenir.
小物ですね。
Quite the simpletons you are. To the other two men present in the room, Noros's faint whisper was inaudible.
早速今後の計画を検討しよう。
But without further delay, let's review the project's roadmap.
まずは300人委員会の排除。
Our first task shall be the elimination of the Committee of 300.
ノロセ、ご苦労だったな。
Noros, your hard work shall not go unrewarded.
今後のことは追って連絡する。
We will establish contact with you once our future endeavors are decided. The two were thoroughly pleased with themselves and the project, and moved to leave the premises with buoyant steps. And yet,
その必要はありません。
that won't be necessary.
何？
What?
どういうことだ？
What do you mean by that? Noros's expression found itself changing for the first time. He narrowed his eyes, slightly raised his jaw, and stared at them from where he stood. His attitude was one of intense scorn, as if he were fiercely looking down on them. No, in truth, he was looking down on them.
計画は私が引き継ぎましょう。ただし、あなた方の考えているような低俗な目的ではなく、より崇高な理由のためにです。
I will be taking over the project, and not for the sake of tawdry vulgarities as you have so desired, but for loftier, far more noble goals. Noros's tone remained civil and polite. Beginning to understand what exactly he was conveying, the two men naturally became infuriated.
貴様、裏切るのか？
Imbecile, are you betraying us?
神にでもなったつもりかね？
Are you of the belief you've become God?
300人委員会が黙ってはおらんぞ。
The Committee of 300 will not stay silent on this matter.
お二人も300人委員会のメンバーでありながら、反旗を翻そうとしていたではありませんか。
Gentlemen, are you not both waving the flag of rebellion against the Committee of 300, even while being members yourselves? Noros's eyes watched them carefully, and housed within them was raw, unending contempt. His gaze was cold as could be. It was as if he was being forced to study two monoliths of pure rot and filth. His gaze conveyed a very particular meaning, one that revealed he had only been using these two from the very start.
これは全て予定通りの行動ですよ。
Everything has proceeded as I planned.
あなた方がここで死ぬことも含めて。
Even your dying here.
ふざけるな！
I'll have your damn head.
ざれ事。
Foolishness. Koromochi and Ohana aimed their guns at Noros. They moved to pull the triggers.
ざれ事ではなく。
It is not foolishness. The two guns fired simultaneously. Their roars echoed within the dome.
予知だったのですが。
But foreknowledge. And yet, it was not Noros who had fallen, but Inohana and Koromochi. For some unfathomable reason, they had taken their sights off of Noros right before pulling the triggers and shot each other instead. Their deaths had been instant. They had the two compatriots The two compatriots then collapsed. They had put holes in each other's heads, and now they were nothing more than lumps of meat who would never draw a breath again.
Noah 2は我が手にあります。
Noah 2 is mine to handle.
特物にはその意味がお分かりにはならなかったようだ。
You simplistic hedonists did not seem to grasp that notion. Narosa's demonstration had been about more than simply showing off guns. Its purpose has been to make the two men mistake each other for Naros, and take their own lives in the process. That was the real demonstration. And with the power of Noah 2, it had been beyond trivial to perform. Next, Naros turned toward his tableau. Affixed there was a figure of Sakihara Rimi. She had begged Naros to let Nanami go, and thus she had been taken hostage in her place. Due possibly to the mental attacks by Nanami, Rimi's energy had long since faded, leaving her head pointed toward the ground as she hung affixed. Yet, when Naros strode toward her, her shoulders were ever so slightly trembled.
自分の手を汚さずに卑怯なことばっかり。
You're such a coward, never getting your own hands dirty.
あなたこそ俗物だよ。
If anyone's a hedonist, it's you. The back of Naros's hand struck her cheek. Following this, he grabbed Rimi by the jaw and forced her to look at him. Even though nearly all life had left her expression, even as she desperately fought to keep her eyes open, her glare flared with an ardent blaze directed solely at Naros.
なぜ西条匠に助けを求めないのです？
Why do you not wish for Nishiju Takumi to save you? Naros whispered close to her ear.
彼を巻き込まないで。
Don't drag him into this.
どちらの彼のことを言っているのですか？
Which him would you be referring to?
二人とも。
Both of them.
私としてはどちらか一人で十分ですがね。
For my purposes, either of them would be satisfactory.
IR2 を生み出したものとその完全なるコピー。
The creator of IR2 or his perfect copy.
二人とも化け物じみた力を持っている。
The two of them wield monstrous power.
彼らどちらかのコードサンプルが手に入ればノア2はより完璧へと近づくでしょう。
Obtaining a code sample from either of them will bring Noah 2 one step closer to perfection.
神をも超える力を得るのです。
And with it, I shall procure a power surpassing even God himself. Rimi lowered her eyes in anguish. He fiercely tore away the hand that had been holding her jaw, and as his gaze rose up to Noah 2, a smile formed on the corners of his mouth.
さあ、呼びかけなさい。
Come now, call out his name.
どちらでもいい。
Either one will do.
私は歓迎しますよ。
I will welcome him with open arms. Rather, that was exactly what he had been waiting for. After surmounting all of Naros' trials devised specifically for him, Nishiju Takumi would arrive in his very location. As I made my way through the dark tunnel, I relied on the red glow of my D-sword to see. My steps naturally became quicker and quicker. I'd never walked on subway tracks at all before. As certain as I was that no trains were coming, the mere possibility had me tense enough that I couldn't keep my head from frantically whipping back and forth. It was a minute-long train ride between Shibuya Station and Shinsen Station. The distance between should have been less than a kilometer. Luckily for me, the tunnel on the Inokashira line didn't have too many cave-ins, so making it to Shibuya Station shouldn't have been the worst thing ever. But something was still weighing on me. Kazupi had warned me about something before we'd parted ways.
たくさんのグモグモドロドロっていう意識がね、待ち構えてるのら。
Lots of oopy goopy ploopy head consciousnesses are in there, lying in wait seas.
ポズピー、力になれないけど。
Kazupi can't really help, but
気をつけてね、たくみさん。
be really, really careful, Takumi-san. Oopy goopy, ploopy head consciousnesses. Right. At the very least, I imagined I wasn't gonna like those. I was starting to have second thoughts. Fear crept up on me, and I started to feel incredibly alone. Making my way through a pitch-black tunnel all by myself, a tunnel in which something horrifying was apparently waiting for me. How could I not lose my nerve? Whispers in the back of my mind urged me to leave the tunnel this instant, to find a way to Shibuya Station on the surface. But I didn't have that kind of time to lose. So, in order to destroy any remaining fear I had, I thought of Rimi's smiling face. I thrust my D-sword forward to illuminate the tunnel ahead of me. Problem was, its red glow only made my feelings of anxiety and foreboding even worse. Suddenly, something fell off. It felt like I'd caught a glimpse of something strange, strange enough to make my gaze dart all around and try to find it. 10 meters ahead of me on the track, a small shadow was jutting out, one that hadn't been there a second ago. I squinted. Actually, it wasn't a shadow at all. Standing about 20 centimeters tall, it was a Sierra-Tan figure. What the? Why would that be in a place like this? I was hit with a sense of whiplash. It was way too out of place. I was in a dim underground tunnel, one for train tracks that took people between stations. The general public didn't tend to go into tunnels themselves, especially this deep. I was right in the center of them. And yet, the figure was there anyway. And it was the post-awakening version too, my absolute favorite. Though her chest was pretty busted up. Wait a second. Was that my figure? The one I dropped during the chaos of Scramble Crossing yesterday? If it was, then how the hell did she end up here? She was standing perfectly upright too, and that bewitching smile of hers aimed straight at me.
なんでセイラが
Sierra, how did you...
ふーん、タッキーにはそう見えてるんだ。
So that's how you see me, Taki. I heard a voice. The voice I always deluded was talking inside my head. Sierra's voice.
なんでもいいけどさ。
Well, it's no real biggie to me. It happened in less than a second, faster than I could even blink. Sierra-Tan, who should have been just a small figure, had instantly transformed into a life-sized model. Then, her smooth, silky, sexy body began to bend and twist just like a real person's. Her hair rustled around, and her huge tits jiggled. Was this a delusion?
ねえタッキー、遊ぼうよ。
Come on, Taki, let's play. I heard another voice behind me. Whipping my head around in shock, I saw another life-size Sierra-Tan standing there.
リミッチのことなんてほっといてさ。
You're gonna keep your patootie well away from Rimichi. But it didn't end there. To my left and to my right, Sierra-Tan began rapidly multiplying. She cascaded out from the darkness in droves. Just the sight alone sent a slight chill down my spine. The number of Sierra-Tans had to be at least in the triple digits now. Want to do some real naughty stuff with me? 100 of Sierratans crowded around me and spoke in unison.
いいっしょボケナス
I know you wanna, you big dumb dumb. Laughing gleefully, one of the Sierratans in front of me charged at me. Then, her slender arms swung her colossal metal bat. The impact was definitely real. My D-sword managed to take the brunt of the blow. It had been way too heavy of a strike. My hands started spasming before going numb. It all hurt like hell. That was when I realized it was all really happening. It wasn't just some delusion, it was reality. There were real booted beings. And every single one of them was out for blood.
遊んでくれないとぶっ飛ばしちゃうぞ
If you won't play with me, then I'll blow you sky high.
僕の嫁なら道を開けて
If you're really my waifu, get out of the way.
やだ
Nopers.
それなら
Fine. I'll have to brute force my way through. I retightened my grip on my D-sword. The fiery emblem on my D-sword's hilt began to burn. Even more red light began to emanate from the blade. Ah! I slashed the sword, tearing right through my waifu. The blade was weightless, smooth in how it handled. It drew whatever trajectory I wished it to. The blade bit into her shoulder before running through her body in its entirety. There had not been a shred of resistance when it came to rendering her flesh and bones. It had hardly taken any strength from me at all. Sierra's glamorous body split in half at an angle. As her entrails piled out, she collapsed on the spot. Even her organs had been perfectly reproduced. They glittered and shone with a pink gleam. I averted my eyes.
ごめんセラ
Sorry, Sierra. I was gutting my favorite character with my own 2 hands. As an otaku, this was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. But still, I couldn't give up here.
強い強い
Wowie, so big and strong.
さすがタッキ
That's my
ー
Taki.
そんなタッキーが好き
I love you so much when you get like this, Taki.
もっと気持ちよくして
You feel so good, but I want more.
遊ぼうよ
Play with me, Taki.
めちゃくちゃにしてあげる
I'm gonna mess you up so good.
楽しい楽しい
This is so much fun. Suddenly, each and every one of the Sierras started speaking independently of one another. The flood of voices threatened to swallow me whole. I had to quit thinking of them as Sierra. That was why I had to tell myself. And so, in order to keep moving forward, I swung my sword at Sierra's blocking my path.
どいてよ
Out of the way. Rendering the darkness with a single horizontal strike, a red beam blazed across the tunnel. The 4 Sierratans standing next to each other instantly turned into corpses. Taki! Another one grabbed me from behind. She wrapped her arms around my neck in a chokehold. Her large, supple boobs pressed against my back. Get off me! Another Sierratan tried to mount my leg, and I quickly punctured her in her face with my D-sword. Yeah, stick her with your D. A cleanly cut molten hole formed where her smile used to be. It was hard to breathe. My neck was being constricted. I was on the verge of suffocating.
浮気しちゃダメ
No more fooling around with other girls. Another metal bat was coming right at me. I managed to writhe around enough to change positions, and now my back was facing it. I felt Sierra's body shudder, and her grip on my neck weaken.
リミッチのことなんて忘れて
You're gonna forget all about Rimichi. I shook her off my back. Then I whipped around and swiped her with my D-sword. Three pairs of Sierra-Tan's legs came at me. My next strike would sever them at the thighs. The three of them plunged into the ground in perfect harmony. I stepped on the top of their backs. Oh, I love me a big, strong man. Sierra started winding up her metal bat, and I swung my sword down on her. Her metal bat met with my D-sword, only for me to carve straight through it, and straight through the top of her head. No, my D-sword wasn't carving things. More than that, it would have been more accurate to say, it evaporated anything that crossed its trajectory. No matter how soft the object, no matter how solid the object, no matter how cold the object, no matter how hot the object. My blade instantaneously boiled and burned away anything it came in contact with, severing it from its source. Taki! These anime characters, who all had the same face, who were all calling my name in unison, who continue to attack me just for the sake of it, made my hair stand on end. To try and round myself up, I let out a huge scream. Then, aiming for the Sierra right in front of me, I plunged my sword straight into her chest. Taki! Sierra grabbed onto my D-sword. And almost that exact same second, her hands evaporated. I'm burning up. I'm burning up real bad. I lost all words. Dread began to climb up from the depths of my body. Chills ran down my back. My entire body stiffened. This wasn't Sierra. Sierra would never have turned against me. You big dumb Taki. I heard the sound of several of my ribs being pulverized. I even felt the bones of my right arm creak, letting out a dull sound as they did. The blow resounded within my body, and then the sheer impact sent me flying. I smashed into a wall. My head collided directly with it. My vision warped and wavered. Try crossing your arms. She rapidly swung her metal bat down on top of me. I was getting bludgeoned. My left arm was minced from the elbow down. Even the concrete in the wall was dented from the blow. My arm! My arm! Oh, Taki, you know I won't let you get away. Another metal bat swung straight into my leg. All strength left my right hand. The slightest movement caused a severe pain to scream out in my brain. But I ignored it and swung my D-sword. I cleanly severed the oncoming metal bat, but the pain of doing so forced a groan from my mouth. I came within arm's reach of the Sierra in front of me, impaled her torso with my D-sword, and tore away through her. Her blood spattered my hands. Despite being just an anime character, her blood was incredibly warm. My mind went numb. Pain was all that ruled me now. I wanted to lock it all away, but I couldn't. As long as this pain endured, I would never be able to. Copious amounts of clotted blood gushed out of my flattened left hand. And it wasn't easy trying to hold on to the D-sword in my right either. The pain seemed to reverberate from my very bones. Pain so bad, I felt like I was about to pass out. I realized my entire body was soaked with sweat. The droplets stung at my eyes. My vision was hazy. More and more Sierras approached from in front of me. The sound of the cheerful laughter reverberated deep within my ears, making my very eardrums vibrate. With my injuries, I doubt I'd live for more than a few hours. That thought had suddenly come to me, but it didn't really matter. It was just a delusion anyway. Oh, I was. A being that would blink out of existence just as quickly as I had blinked into it. In the grand scheme of things, my injuries didn't really matter. I just needed to save Remy. I just needed to destroy Noah too. If this body could grant that, then I'd gladly give it all away. So, clear the way. Let's stay together forever. Her metal bat came down on me again. I figured I'd be able to avoid it, but the fatigue and pain slowed my reaction considerably. I was struck right in the temple. I could feel its enormous spikes tearing into my skull. The world shook. My vision went black. Things became even darker than they already been, and I could no longer see anything at all. I tumbled over, and as I tumbled, my mind went to my right hand. It was exploding with pain, but I was able to reaffirm that my D-sword was still there. I swung out my flattened left hand in an attempt to regain my footing. An exposed bone collided with the ground. An impact akin to an electric shock ran through my entire body, causing me to black out for a second, but I regained consciousness soon after. My vision came back. I started to raise back up. The soles of my feet caught hold of the ground. Using the centrifugal force I'd been blown away with, I charged into the horde of Sierras and swung my right hand. My bones creaked. Freshly spilled blood burst out from the Sierras. The stench of blood refused to leave my nostrils. Was it my blood? Sierra's blood? Who even knew? It all blended together. All I knew was that I was covered in blood, and that the coat of red staining me had my vision go blurry. I kept on carving into them. Who even knew just how many I'd cut down at that point? When would it end? In my mind, it was as if she was multiplying infinitely. Sierra clung to my right hand. I swung both of her and my D-sword around. But she wouldn't let go. Instead, she bent my arm backward in a way it wasn't meant to go. My joint came out of its socket. All my strength left my arm. My D-sword hit the ground. Nausea welled up in my stomach. I coughed and sputtered violently. The taste of blood spread through my mouth. I was pretty sure my shattered ribs were puncturing my internal organs. Any and every kind of pain was eating away at my body. I felt like I was going to go insane. But I was holding out hope. I couldn't help but hold out hope. I wanted to be set free, but I knew very well how impossible that was. So my hope was more wishful thinking than anything. You look real sweaty. Want me to wipe you down? With a big grin on her face, Sierra peered at my face. I drove my foot into her jaw as hard as I could. I forcefully channeled more strength into my right arm. All sensation in it was going numb. It felt as if my nerves were burning to a crisp. My entire body was boiling. And now the pain in my bones was rippling, not just through my arm, but through my entire body. I was on the verge of shattering to pieces. Then I heard something that sounded like the growl of a beast. For a moment, I wondered whose voice it was, only to realize it was my own. The fingers on my right hand faintly shifted. I grabbed my D-sword and conjured a delusion. I pictured it being bound by a cord, and it instantly became real. The sword was secured to my hand with a cord. I needed to move. I needed to get where Remy was, beyond this darkness.
タッキー、どうして私と一緒にいてくれないの？
Taki, why don't you want to stay with me? I sputtered out the blood that had gathered in my mouth. I was surrounded by heaps of seers, corpses lying on the ground. Other seers kicked past them on their way to me, producing ripples in the puddles of blood. I slowly shook my head.
だって、セイラは。
Because, Sarah. I gritted my teeth.
アニメじゃないか。
You're just an anime character. The very next second, every single seer morphed into 2D. The ones who were standing became life-size cardboard cutouts. The corpses lying on the ground became covers for body pillows. They had all returned home, back to the realm of 2D. Not a single one of them moved anymore.
チリは、チリに帰らなきゃ。
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
僕も、後で行くよ。
Don't worry, I'll see you again soon. In something of a moment of silence for the girls, I briefly hung my head over the wreckage. In the back of my mind, I was thinking that the gory, blood-stained Sierra body pillow covers definitely wouldn't sell well. I was on the brink of passing out, but I managed to stave it off by biting my lip hard. And then, I started walking through the dark tunnel once again. I ended up at a dilapidated building near Shibuya Station's east entrance. The surrounding scenery was dotted with partially or entirely collapsed buildings, leaving the building here as a sole intact survivor. On it was the dome of a rooftop planetarium that had closed down some years back. Oh, so that's what that... Wheezing my lungs out, I descended to the deserted stairway to the top floor. I'd made my way through the unattended lobby into the planetarium before I took a breather at the gargantuan device that had jumped into my sight. It was Noah 2 in all its majesty, surrounded by a chilly air, robbing me of warmth. A piece of art stood beside Noah 2. Remy, affixed to the art piece, slowly raised her head at my voice. Our eyes met. Her eyes shot open. Why? Why?
君を助けに。
I'm here to save you. Her eyes began to swim. Idiot. You idiot. You're such an idiot. She shook her head sadly. Getting yourself hurt so badly. Pushing yourself so hard. Even though I told you to wait for me. Sniffle. Why? Because I've fallen in love with you. I'm in love with you, Remy. But I couldn't say that out loud. I couldn't say anything heroic like, I'm here to save you because I'm in love with you. Not with how I was. Not me covered in blood and a completely flattened arm. My current state was as far from Prince Charming as humanly possible. And if I said something like that now, I'd probably look creepy as hell. That'd put me closer to a stalker than anything, really. If I spilled my guts to her in some speech that didn't let her get a word in, I would have just put her way off. She was going to live, and I was going to die. Having some dead man walking convey all his feelings on a whim would have left a horrible taste in her mouth. So, I bottled it all in.
意味にこれを返したくて。
I want to give this back, Remy. My right hand was still weak. It was the hand I'd been using to hold my D sword. Desperately forcing my fingers to move, I reached inside my jacket pocket and pulled out a handkerchief. It was colored a gentle vermilion. Whether that was its original hue or due to my blood staining it, I didn't know. Remy had given it to me. Though its floral aroma had long since expired, that handkerchief was one of several precious memories she'd given me.
僕は君をここから助け出して
I'm gonna get you out of here.
ノア2を壊して
I'm gonna destroy Noah 2.
このハンカチを返すんだ
And I'm gonna give you back your handkerchief. That was all I was capable of doing, and if I managed to achieve it all, I could die with no regrets. Besides, there wasn't much else I could do. In my mind, every sense of mine had gone numb a long time ago. I imagined that the reason for that was because the pain was so severe. My brain had no choice but to start blocking the sensations transmitted by whatever nerves were responsible. I could barely move. My arm continued to bleed. My vision was blurry. I was incredibly cold. I had a feeling that if I wasn't careful, I'd lose consciousness right then and there. Taku. Taku.
君は実に勇敢ですね。
I was about to say, who's fapping? My, you are quite the gallant one. A towering man. Seriously gonna have him clapping in the background the whole time. Towering man emerged from behind Noah 2, Noros Kenichi. Facing me, he clapped sarcastically with no clear expression on his face, over and over and over.
しかし、致命的なことが一つあります。
There is, however, one fatal flaw present in your character.
行動原理が感情に根ざしているということです。それは野蛮人のすることだ。
What calls you to action is rooted in bare emotion, something I would attribute far more to barbarism rather than anything noble. I had no idea what he was getting at. Took everything I had just to bear the pain, so aside from Remy, I didn't have any brainpower left to try and comprehend what anyone was saying. Taku, run away.
小を犠牲にして大の利益を守る。
Sacrificing the needs of few for the needs of many.
それを悪だと思いますか？
Would you think that to be evil?
私はそうは思いません。
I certainly would not myself.
このままでは人類はいずれ滅び去る。
With the world on its current course, mankind will undoubtedly meet its end.
人の欲望によってです。
By way of their own desires.
あまりにも醜い心。
Their hearts are beyond repugnant.
あまりに利己的な欲望の洪水。
The world is inundated by an unfathomable account of excessively serving desires.
人の社会はすでに破綻し、腐り落ちようとしています。
The society of man has long since collapsed, left now to wallow in its own decay.
誰もが己のことしか考えず、その結果殺し合い、奪い合っています。
Each person thinks only of themselves. Crimes such as theft and murder rob all form of agency. Yet this is of no concern to the individual.
君もギガロマニアックスとして覚醒したのなら見たはずですよ。人の心の本質を。
If you too awakened as a gigalomaniac, then you must have seen it. The true nature of the hearts of men.
私は幼い頃に覚醒したため、もう何十年という間、それを見てきた。
I have seen it for decades, having awakened myself at a very young age.
300人委員会は人類の自滅を阻止するためという大義名分のもと、世界人間牧場計画を推し進めてきました。
In the eyes of the Committee of 300, the continued progression of the worldwide human domestication project is all for the heroic aim of halting mankind's self-destruction.
けれどそれも所詮、彼らのエゴを満たすものでしかない。
Yet even that pretext exists simply to stroke their own egos.
私が目指すのはそんなものではありません。
What I seek is something else.
悟ったのですよ。
I once came to a realization.
この腐った世界を再生するためには、社会のシステムを変えるのではなく、
To breathe life into this diseased world, it is not the system governing society that requires changing.
世界中すべての人間の心を変える必要があるのだと。
It is the hearts of all mankind.
そのためのプロジェクトノアです。
Thus, Project Noah came to be.
ノア2があれば世界中すべての人間から負の妄想を消し去り、清廉な心へと漂白できます。
Through Noah 2, the hearts of all men throughout the world will be bleached clean as their negative delusions are effaced.
争いは消え、世界に永遠の平和を与えることができます。
Conflict will be no more. The world will see eternal peace.
君も誰かに蔑まれることもなくなるでしょう。
Even someone such as yourself will no longer face disdain. Finally, his novel-length monologue came to a close. My body was on the verge of collapse, but I desperately planted my feet. At least I'd gotten a bit of a break. That was the only reason I was still standing.
あんたの言ってることはもしかしたら正しいかもしれない。
What you're saying is probably right. I hadn't really been paying much attention, but regarding the future of humanity, he was definitely right. His ideals were entirely righteous. He was the president of a sprawling corporation, and his eye was aimed solely on justice for the whole of mankind. Me, meanwhile, I was a monster, a virgin, an otaku freak, a selfish, ego-driven wannabe who just wanted to save some girl he liked and didn't give a shit about anyone else. Normally, that'd make me the bad guy through and through. The monster would be slain, and justice would prevail.
でも
But
僕はあんたには負けられない。
I'm not gonna lose to you.
なぜ否定するのです？
Why do you deny what is strictly in front of you?
ただの自己満足だ。
Just for my own self-satisfaction.
残念です。
My, how unfortunate that is. His gaze locked onto me. Naros grabbed Remy by the collar and threw her off the art piece. His right hand then stretched out in front of it. And in an ephemeral moment, the one standing art piece found itself in Naros's hand. It was no mere art piece, nor was it a cross that existed for crucifixion. It was a D sword. It was far too monstrous to be called a sword. Savagery, validity, that which sowed terror, a contaminated gospel, chaos, thoroughly complexified, a blasphemy with which to desecrate, the purest of evils, akin to the very gates of hell themselves. The hearts of those who gazed upon it would be wrenched away, luring them into an eon of strife. All that was negative in this world converged into one, embodying its very shape. I gulped back all the saliva that had built up in my throat. Despite everything, I made up my mind. I fixed my grip on my D-sword, which was still bound to my hand with the cord, and then I took a single step toward Noah too. Or, more accurately speaking, I began to close the distance between Narosh and myself. Speaking of distance, he had an overwhelming advantage in range over me. I don't find myself proficient in barbarous activities, especially when it comes to crossing swords.
君からコードサンプルを手に入れる必要があります。そのために無力化しなければ。
Nevertheless, I must obtain your code sample, and for me to meet that end, you must be incapacitated. Towering over me with one hand, Narosh swung a D-sword even bigger than he was. His strike was so heavy, it felt as if he could have pulverized any known object out there. My arm was slow to respond. Even moving it slightly made pain explode throughout it. Even still, I forced it to do so and raised my arm. I caught the blow with my D-sword. Any normal sword would have split right in two. And that wasn't even accounting for how unbelievably thin my sword was. It couldn't have been more different from Narosh's. And yet, my D-sword didn't break. Somehow, I'd managed to parry Narosh's first strike. My hand went numb. With my left hand pulverized, my balance on that side was non-existent. The stance I'd been holding collapsed. By the looks of it, he was about to send me flying. I just had to endure it. I connected with Narosh's second blow. His recovery between strikes was way too fast. Don't be misled by how his sword looks. That was what I told myself. It was a battle of strength between a sword that was far too thin and delicate and a sword that was far too colossal and ferocious. Somehow, I was holding out with it, at least for the moment. Four times now. 4 times our blades crossed. But this time, the position of Narosh's hands began to change. It looked like he was clutching the guard of his sword now. And then, his sword began to writhe, letting out an eerie noise. Its malleable mechanisms groaned. The blade's edge then split in two, opening into a pair of scissors. That was then thrust toward my very chest. That alteration, right then, I came to realize it would mean the end of me. I countered, swinging my sword down in front of me, but I was too late. Its forked point sank straight into my chest. A callous smile formed on Narosh's lips. He loosened his grasp on the guard, and the colossal scissors snapped shut. my chest, my ribs, my lungs were all devoured. I desperately stumbled back. And right when I did that, Nero swept his arm straight across. My own fresh blood danced before my eyes. Pain spiked throughout my entire body. Even though my senses were supposed to have been numbed, it was on the verge of screaming out with whatever remained of my lungs. But even so, I clenched my teeth and endured it. My chest had been thoroughly minced. If not for stepping back when I did, he would have hit my heart. Massive quantities of blood continued to spray out. Nearly toppled over, but I caught myself at the last second. I can't die here. I didn't come this far just to die. I ignored Naros. Instead of him, I approached Noah 2 and Remy, the latter of which was collapsed on the ground. It took every fiber of my being, but I did it all the same. Raising her head from the ground, Remy looked in my direction. She was likely exhausted. There was no way her body had any strength left. As fatigue, or maybe just my injuries, continued to wear me down, my vision grew blurrier. I wasn't sure what sort of face Remy was making as she looked at me. I didn't meet her gaze. I couldn't bear for her to see me like this, bloody and beaten to a pulp. That was the sole, minuscule bit of pride I had left. Even on my deathbed, that was where I drew the line. I advanced towards Noah 2. My D-sword was already within range. Oddly enough, Noro stayed behind me, ignoring that I was leaving him behind. All of a sudden, a cheery melody began to ring throughout the entire dome. You may pass. Noah 2 towered over me. The sound emanating from it became even more shrill. Deep within all its majesty, I sensed something incredibly strange and enigmatic moving around. For a split second, I flinched. Albeit slowly, I managed to take a stance with the blade at my hip. I aimed toward Noah 2's nearly organic-looking tube-covered exterior and bulldozed it with my D-sword. That was when I noticed, at some point or another, Noah 2 had vanished from my sight, and now, somehow, I was standing with my back to it. I knew for a fact that I'd been just trying to destroy it. There wasn't a single damn reason for me to have turned around. And yet, that was the direction I was facing. In the very center of my blurred vision, Naros was the one standing there, not Noah 2. I turned myself around, swinging my D-sword at it for a second time. Except, even though I'd fully intended to turn around, I hadn't. I had the will to turn myself around, and I'd even made the motion to do so. And yet, the end result was one where I hadn't actually turned around. I was hit with a wave of utter confusion.
Noah 2の自己防衛機能とでも言うべきものです。
One might call it Noah 2's self-defense system. Naros's quiet voice sounded from within the dome, pulling and mixing together with the melody of You May Pass.
近づく者の心に干渉し、意志を歪ませる。
It interferes with the hearts of those who approach it, distorting their wills.
ノア2には誰も近寄れません。私以外。
With the exception of myself, none may approach Noah 2. When he finished speaking, he leisurely walked closer to me. Then, as if it was the easiest thing in the world, he raised the colossal D-sword above his head. I clenched my teeth. I'd lost a lot of blood. I couldn't clearly think. Even though I didn't have the slightest bit of sensation in my right hand, I shoved the pain and the fact that I couldn't move it properly aside and lifted it up in a desperate attempt to deflect the next blow. And then, the D-sword that had somehow still remained attached to my hand with the cord was sent flying by a staggering impact. It tumbled across the floor, far, far away from me. It was astonishing seeing it off. Fixing my gaze back in front of me, I was met with Norosa's sneering figure. And then, as if in warning, as if to urge my mind forward, the melody changed.
君の存在を否定してあげましょう。
Allow me to deny your existence. Norosa's stance told me he was already prepared to strike again. He was about to bring that sword crashing down on me. It was all too overwhelming, all too devastating, all too brutal. That was his D-sword. And it was coming down on me while I was completely unarmed. I had no way of stopping his strike. I was a sitting duck. No! Rimi forced her way between Norosa and me, her soft touch enveloping my face. Don't kill Taku. I felt Rimi's chest. She had wrapped her arms around me, almost like a tender embrace. She was protecting me from Norosa. Norosa sighed quietly, lowering his sword. Rimi had saved me once again, even though I had told her that I was here to save her. How fucking pathetic was that? Hit with a wave of intense frustration, I slithered my right hand onto her body and thrust it inside her blouse. Taku? I felt the sensation of the coarse, warm underwear lying atop her skin. Then, I felt the pain of the gashes in my chest. Then the pain of my amputated left hand. And then the pain of my dislocated right arm. Then the pain of my dysfunctional lungs as I struggled to breathe. But the warmth I felt now, surely it could heal all of it. Rimi's underwear, Rimi's bare skin. What are you... I tore off the buttons of her blouse. I ripped away the clothing that was keeping her body hidden from me. I exposed her bra. Taku, stop. I grabbed her tightly, right through her bra, reaching her ample breasts. Ow. With my blood-smeared right hand, I squeezed her. I rubbed her body with my blood, her bra, her bare skin. I felt its elasticity, such soft, tender skin. No. Rimi writhed around in an attempt to escape. I grabbed her tightly and didn't let go. I plunged my face into her breast. Her skin was so velvety, so comfortable. It was as if it was drawing me in. Then, with my free right hand, I began to grope beneath her skirt. Stop. Stop it. Taku. This isn't what I want. With a gasp, I got off of her. When I realized what I'd been trying to do, I was genuinely shocked. Even though I'd gotten off of her, Rimi tightly clutched her chest and continued to sob sadly. But she'd been protecting me. Why had I done that? Why the hell had I done that? Especially at a time like this. Why was Why was I the one making Remy cry?
本当は崎畑凛を犯したいんでしょ。
Truth is, you want Sakata Remy, don't you? My own voice echoed within my mind. Shocked, I swallowed back my saliva. What was so shocking to me? The fact that he was right? Because he'd seen through me? But who was he to begin with? It was my own voice, my inner voice, my true nature.
ここで物にしておかないと将軍に寝取られちゃう。
Pass up on making her yours here. Shogun's gonna cuck you.
あんなしわくちゃ野郎にリミはやられちゃうんだよ。
You really want that wrinkly little shit to fuck her silly?
寝取られるなんて嫌じゃない。
You don't want to be a cuck, do you?
まあ、もうすでにやられちゃってる可能性もあるけどさ。
Then again, there's nothing saying he hasn't fucked her already. My true nature continued whispering to me, "Stop it. Stop saying this shit. I don't believe a single word you're saying." I couldn't cover my ears even if I wanted to, considering my lack of a left hand. Rimu's just lying there sobbing, unable to fix her messy clothes. Just seeing her face like that shattered my heart.
片思いでいいとか綺麗事言ってないでさ。
And don't give me any of that hollow ass. It's okay if she doesn't love me back bullshit.
犯しちゃえって。
Go on. We're all ready.
ノロセはそれをする時間ぐらい待ってくれるってよ。
Noros doesn't seem to take issue with sparing the time to let you at her.
どうせ僕はもうすぐ死ぬんだ。恨まれたってへでもないって。
Besides, I'm about to die anyway. Who gives a rat's ass if she holds a grudge?
やりたいことやって死のうよ。僕のこのかわいそうな境遇ならここでちょっとひどいことやったってしょうがなかったと許されるよ。
I say die doing what I want for a change. Just indulge in some of the forbidden fruit. Then when they understand how fucking pathetic my circumstances are, they'll go, "Oh well, it only makes sense," and let me off the hook. It was just a delusion, something that was a bad habit of mine. Things could take a turn for the worse if I didn't stop listening. The current would drag me away. My weak-minded nature was luring me into a path of least resistance, toward a really bad path, but I couldn't let it drag me away. Not now.
それにリミは僕に同情してくれてた。それならむしろやらしてくれるべきだ。
What's more, Rumi actually sympathized with me. If that's not a green light to fuck her brains out, what the fuck is?
死ぬ前に童貞捨てようよ。
Bruh. Toss aside your V card before you die. No way in hell. I screamed, to shatter my weak mind, to blow it straight to hell. Luckily, it seemed to have worked. Rumi had even stopped crying. She lowered the hands covering her face, and then she glared at me with ice-cold eyes.
つまんない男。
You're such a bore. Those few words were all it took for my mind to be swallowed by a cascade of dark emotions. And, as I swung myself at Remy, with staggering force, an enormous stake burst straight up through the concrete floor. The sharp edge of the stake piercing straight into my crotch. I couldn't comprehend what was going on. My legs were floating in the air. Even if I wanted to run away, I couldn't. The stake gradually tore its way farther and farther into my body. It was excruciatingly painful, but not enough to kill me. The stake continued to grow, lifting me a whole meter into the air. Any form of movement sent a jolt of pain through my groin. I was completely unable to move. Someone, save me. I cast my pleading eyes down toward Remy. But, without even looking at me, she walked straight to Noros' side. And then, as if exhausted of all strength, she crouched down to the ground. Both Noros and Remy simply stared at me, at the mortifying display. Neither of them had any form of expression as they watched. Neither of them had any interest in saving me. I am curious as to if you were aware of this.
かつて拷問刑として串刺しは世界中のあちこちで用いられていました。
Impalement was once a common form of torturous punishment all throughout the world.
この拷問の特徴は
A particular characteristic of this torture
死ぬまで3日ほどかかるということです。
is that death can take up to 3 days to arrive once it begins.
自らの体重によって徐々にその杭は体に食い込んでいく。ポイントは杭の先端はそれほど尖らせないことです。
Your own weight will gradually allow the stake to sink deeper into your body. To meet this end, it is essential to make use of a stake that isn't overly sharp.
それにより臓器を傷つけることがなくなり死ぬまでの期間が伸びるわけです。
Thereby reduce an injury to your internal organs, lengthening the period until your death.
最終的に杭の先端が口や肩から突き破れば処刑は終了。
Ultimately, the execution is brought to an end once the stake pierces through your mouth or shoulder.
見守っていてあげますよ。3日間。
I will be supervising this with bated breath for all 3 days.
あなたが死ぬまでね。
Until the moment you perish.
彼女も同じ考えのようですし。
It seems she feels the same. Remy nodded in response to his words.
もっともその前に胸や腕の傷のせいで失血死に至る方が早いかもしれませんが。
Although, it would seem far more likely for you to die from blood loss given the wounds adorning your arms and chest. It's a delusion, a delusional attack. That was what I told myself. In reality, I wasn't really impaled. I was still just standing in front of Noah too. I was only hallucinating. I believed it to be true. It had to be true. 3 days, 72 hours, 4,320 minutes, 259,200 seconds. If I can endure it for that long, the delusion will end. It has to. If I just sleep for a bit or pass out, it'll go by a lot quicker. Those were my thoughts. But I couldn't do either of those things. The pain wouldn't let me. And that was exactly what made this such pure, unrelenting torture. I was gonna go insane if this went on. Even though only a moment ago, I'd been thinking about trying to endure it, I'd spiraled straight into despair. Considering the extreme amount of time left before my death, despair was the sole emotion that hadn't drained directly out of me. Just kill me already. How much time had passed? I didn't see a clock, so I had no clue. I wanted to see a clock, but I knew that if I did see one, the hands sluggishly ticking by would probably shatter my spirit completely. I clenched my teeth. Sweat was oozing off my body in droves. Thanks to that, my throat had gone dry. I moistened it by swallowing the blood that was trickling in it. Inside my body, I could feel the stake continuously shoving inside my internal organs as it wedged itself even deeper into me. I could feel it very clearly, like a countdown to my inevitable death. Soon enough, it arrived in my immense chest. After that, it pierced through my throat. It skewered me straight through my mouth. The pain and shock was pushing my sanity to its limits. The pain kept me in a 5-minute cycle of passing out, waking up, then passing back out again. I came to understand something. Every time I fainted, my body would go limp, and the stake dug into me even faster. Naturally, the pain grew to incomparable levels when that happened. Then it would wake me back up. Unable to move, my body would writhe in torment. Then I'd pass out again to escape the pain, and the gruesome cycle would repeat itself. Even when I was conscious, I was entirely in a daze. It seemed the pain had somehow faded a little too. My vision had gone dim. Was it nighttime? Not that it mattered, considering the lack of windows in the dome. I suppose it was probably because of how much blood I'd lost. Blood trickled from my chest and arms, albeit not a whole lot. If it kept dripping out, maybe I could die peacefully from that instead of being impaled. Realizing that, I attempted to swing around my left arm, hardly any of which remained below the elbow. But it didn't even twitch. No doubt my nerves were already dead. Ha ha ha. Blah 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 blah. He trying to laugh? Was it really a delusion? When was it gonna end? Would it ever actually end? What had made me believe it was a delusion to begin with? How could I know it was a delusion? What if it was all reality? If I endured it, I'd just die anyway. Enduring it didn't mean shit. But I was enduring it anyway. That was stupid. Only a dumbass would do that. I was an idiot. Die. Not in the haha kiss yourself way. Actually fucking die. I should die right now. I was sick of all the pain. I was sick of all the suffering. Bite your tongue off. Do that and you'll be at peace soon after. Just let me out of here. This was all a delusion, right?
死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ痛い死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ痛い死ぬ死ぬ
Die, die, die. It hurts. Die, die. It hurts. Die. Why? My chest continued to hemorrhage. I couldn't breathe. No matter how much oxygen I tried to suck in, my throat would only make stupid wheezing sound. I looked down, only to be met with a stake peeking through the holes in my chest. Struggling for oxygen as my mouth flapped open and shut, I violently vomited out blood. The fact I was about to die brought me to peace of mind.
そろそろですね。
Any moment now, I believe. It was Norosa's voice. The bastard was right in front of me. But I couldn't see him. In fact, I couldn't see a thing. Being impaled had left me in so much agony for so long I'd completely forgotten about both him and Remy. I couldn't help but wonder if Remy was still close by, though it didn't really matter. I was too occupied with trying to breathe. For a good while now, I'd been dedicating every nerve and every last ounce of strength toward just doing that.
君が無事死ぬ前に彼女を始末しておきましょう。
Before you safely pass on to the next world, allow me to dispose of the girl. I wasn't exactly sure what he was talking about, nor did I have the chance to think about it.
私を殺すの？
You're going to kill me?
へえ、そういうことです。
Indeed, that is what I plan.
遺言をどうぞ。
You have any last words?
ごめん、タク。タクのこと助けてあげられなかった。
I'm sorry, Taku. I couldn't save you. I heard Rimi's final scream, then the sound of someone toppling over. I imagined that Rimi had just been shot and killed. I didn't feel a single pang of emotion. Something else took priority. I returned to working on breathing. And then, I felt shock at how I'd done that. What was the meaning of any of this? Why did I struggle so hard to keep on breathing? Wasn't it just too much? Something hot streamed down my cheeks. I was probably crying, but there wasn't any way to be sure of that. I tried my best to endure everything that I had dealt with thus far, but it's so close to the 3-day limit. The meaning of doing so had been entirely lost. I'm sorry, Rimi. I should be the one to apologize. I couldn't protect you. There wasn't any point in living anymore. I let my body go limp. The weight of that caused my body to sink even deeper. I felt a foreign object working its way up my throat. Breathing became impossible. Something was driving itself up through me. I came back to my senses. The feeling of a foreign object in my throat disappeared. I wasn't impaled anymore. The only blood on me was from my left arm and chest. When did reality end and the delusion begin? My brain couldn't begin to process it fast enough. I didn't understand a thing about the situation. In front of me was Naros, D-Sword Reyes.
帰ってきましたか。
Back so soon?
あなたが体験した3日間は現実では1秒しか経っていませんが。
The 3 days you just experienced were in fact but a single second in reality.
やっぱり妄想。
So it was just a delusion. After muttering that to myself in relief, Naros' D-Sword flashed as fast as lightning. My body's top and bottom halves began to fall out of alignment. My vision fell. It sank downward, even though my legs were still standing right there. Everything above my waist toppled to the floor. My torso had been cleaved clean off. The cross-section was all too beautiful to behold. I inexplicably fixed my gaze on my lower half. It was a reality I didn't want to accept, or was it just another delusion? If it was, that would have been nice. Please be a delusion. Taku! 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 Rimi was calling me, in a voice that seemed so sad. She was calling me.
その状態でも死ぬまで数分は持つはずです。
Even in that state, it will be a number of minutes before your death.
元医師である私が言うのだから確かですよ。
As a former doctor, you have my word on that.
その間にコードサンプルを取ることにしましょうか。
In the meantime, allow me to extract your code sample. I crawled, dragging my body away with my right hand alone. I headed straight for Rimi's voice. I want to feel you there, Rimi. I have to save you, Remy. I dragged myself forward with my right hand, then again, and I reached out, but I had no idea where Remy was. I didn't reach her. I didn't reach anything at all.
しぶとい男だ。
Such an obstinate young man. Crunch. I felt my bones grind to dust. Narosa's dress shoe trampled my outstretched right hand.
さすが化け物と言うべきですか。
Or perhaps monster would be a far more apt title.
そのノロセの足が蜃気楼のように揺れた。
Narosa's legs waver like a mirage in the desert.
床のタイルの模様がぼんやりとし始めて、
The tile pattern on the floor begins to blur and distort.
天地が回転する。
Bottom becomes top, top becomes bottom.
床と天井が逆になる。
The floor becomes the ceiling, and the ceiling becomes the floor.
僕は天井に這いつくばっている。
I find myself crawling on my stomach.
両断された腰からものすごい勢いで血が噴き出す。
A staggering amount of blood gushes out from my severed waistline.
全開にした蛇口のように。
Like a water faucet put on blast.
血が体から抜けていく。
The blood is draining out of my body.
そのまま腕の傷口を通って内臓までが流れ出る。
And then, just like that, my organs cascade out of the opening of my arm.
意識がスーッと遠くなる。
My consciousness surges far, far away.
でも完全には途切れない。
But I don't lose it completely.
血だまりができて
Blood starts to pool around me.
僕はその深紅の海に身を横たえている。
My body is lying in a sea of crimson.
ドクンドクンと
Thump, thump,
鼓動する心臓が
as my heart beats.
僕の目の前に転がっていて、
It rolls onto the floor in front of me,
血だまりに波紋を作り、
forming ripples in the bloody puddle.
その波紋をぼんやり見ていたら、
I watched the ripples in a daze.
僕の形が崩れた。
My shape collapses.
人としての形を維持できない。
I'm unable to maintain my shape as a person.
僕と世界との境界が消失する。
The boundary between myself and the world vanishes.
肉が溶け、
My flesh melts.
骨がゴムのように曲がり、
My bones warp like rubber.
眼球は四角になり、
My eyeballs become square-shaped.
口から裏返った肺がこぼれ出し、
My inside-out lungs tumble out of my mouth.
神経は数万キロメートルも引っ張られ、
My nerves are stretched out for tens of thousands of kilometers.
脳はシワの一つ一つを丁寧に伸ばされ、
One by one, the wrinkles in my brain slowly smooth themselves out.
体はブヨブヨになる。
My body becomes a flabby blob.
空気に溶けていく。
I dissolve into the air.
右手が糸のように伸びて、
My right hand stretches as if it were made of thread.
プラネタリウムを出ていく。
It leaves the planetarium.
それは飴細工のように、
And like a parade float,
渋谷の空をさまよって、
it wanders about the Shibuya sky,
コーネリアスタワーにくるくる
whirls around Cornelius Tower,
巻きつく。
wraps around it
何度も
again and again,
何度も
again and again,
何度も。
again and again.
分かれた足が膨れてる。
My not together legs swell up.
ブクブクと
Glub glub.
水風船みたい。
Like a water balloon.
パンパンに皮膚が伸びて
Bulging out. My skin grows.
ギチギチ音を立ててる。
It makes rubbery sounds.
液状化。
I'm turning into liquid.
肉も骨も
Even my flesh. Even my bones.
とろけてふくらはぎに溜まってる。
They melt and clog up my calves.
腰からニョキって小さな頭が生えて
Then, a little head springs out of my hip.
ぎょろりとした白い目が僕を見たよ。
It looks at me with white googly eyes.
そしたら僕の頭がぐしゃって潰された。
And then, my head gets smashed to pieces.
どっちの頭かはよくわかんない。
I don't know which head exactly.
潰れてトロトロになって
It's all smashed and pulpy though.
ビルの床コンクリートの分子の隙間を抜けて
The building's concrete floor. I slip between the cracks in its molecules.
落ちていく。
Falling
地上へ
to the ground.
ビューって
Whoosh.
地面に作る。
I splat on the ground.
どろりとした脳みその水たまり。
Goopy brain puddle.
もぞもぞもごもごジュルジュルドロドロプルプルビヨンビヨンビチャビチャぐじゅぐじゅぐちゃりぐちゃり
Squirmy squirm, gushy gush, slurpy slurp, sticky stick, giggly giggly. No, jiggly gig. Fuck. Jiggly jiggle, bounce bounce, splashy splash, gloopy gloop, splatty splat.
僕は二つになる。
I become two.
二つが四つになる。
Two becomes four.
四つが八つになる。
Four becomes eight.
八つが四つに。
Eight becomes four.
二つが八つに。
Two becomes eight.
四つが四つに。
Four becomes four.
どんどん増えて。
Slowly
ど
multiply.
んどん減る。
Slowly divide.
僕がいっぱい。
There's a lot of me.
僕がいない。
There's none of me.
僕は何？
What is me?
僕って何？
What am I?
何って僕？
I am what?
僕？
Me?
何？
What?
何区がナボに？
What's a...
ナボになく？
Who?
お
What?
な
What?
君は妄想なんかじゃないよ。
You're more than just a delusion.
れだ。
Will you?
見てごらん。
Look closely.
西条七海が祈る。
Nishuju Nanami prays.
兄と共に収容された病院。怪我人があふれた待合室の片隅にうずくまり。
In a hospital, admitted alongside her brother, curled up in the corner of a waiting room brimming with injured souls,
実の兄のしわくちゃの手を握りしめて。
clutching her real brother's wrinkled hand,
右手の痛みに耐えて。
enduring the pain in her right hand,
目を閉じて
she closes her eyes
祈る。
and prays
もう一人の兄の無事を。
for the safety of her other brother.
楠木優愛が祈る。
Kusunoki Yua prays.
倒壊したビルの瓦礫、そこに埋もれるように横たわるコンテナの中で
By the rubble of a collapsed building, in a container that lay buried by it all,
彼の美少女フィギュアの一つを握りしめて
clutching one of his anime girl figures.
地震と火事で醜く変形してしまったフィギュアたちの姿に感じた胸の痛みに耐え
Enduring the pain in her chest from seeing his figures desecrated by the earthquake and ensuing fires,
目を閉じて
she closes her eyes
祈る。
and prays
彼女を許してくれた少年の無事を
for the safety of the boy who forgave her.
岸本綾瀬が祈る。
Kishimoto Yasi prays
避難所となっている水明学園、その校舎の屋上で空を見上げて
at Sume Academy, now an evacuation shelter, looking to the sky from the rooftop,
神話が書かれた文庫本を握りしめて
clutching her paperback book of legends,
崩壊した渋谷を覆う不特定多数の妄想が見せる悪意の痛みに耐え
enduring the malicious pain of the innumerable delusions concealing the collapsed Shibuya.
目を閉じて
She closes her eyes
祈る。
and prays
彼女の歌を、彼女の話を聞いてくれた少年の無事を
for the safety of the boy who listened to her song and her story.
折原梢が祈る。
Oriara Kazuo prays
新鮮駅の薄暗いホーム、
at Shinsen Station on a dimly lit platform,
青い瀬名の震える手を握りしめて
clutching Aoi Sienna's trembling hand,
足の傷の痛みに耐えて
enduring the pain of her injured leg.
目を閉じて
She closes her eyes
祈る。
and prays
心の声で語り合ったクラスメートの少年の無事を
for the safety of the boy, her classmate, whom she spoke with her inner voice.
青い瀬名が祈る。
Aoi Sienna prays
横たわる父の傍らに座り
sitting beside her father on the ground,
父の冷たくなった手を握りしめて
clutching her father's cold hand,
最後まで素直になれなかった後悔の痛みに耐えて
enduring the pain of regret, having not been honest to the very end.
目を閉じて
She closes her eyes
祈る。
and prays
彼女のお願いに不器用ながら答えようとしてくれた少年の無事を
for the safety of the boy who tried to grant her wish, no matter how clumsily.
崎畑凛美が祈る。
Sakihara Rimi prays
冷たい床に横たわりなが
lying on the cold floor,
ら彼へ伸ばした自らの手をきつく握りしめて
tightly clutching her own hands, extended toward him,
傷だらけの彼の姿を見て感じた締め付けられるような胸の痛みに耐えて
enduring the tightening in her chest from when she saw him covered in wounds.
目を閉じて
She closes her eyes
祈る。
and prays
自分が守ろうとした自分を助けに来てくれた少年の無事を
for the safety of the boy whom she swore to protect, yet instead came to save her.
僕は何もできなかった。
I wasn't able to do anything.
君が行動したんだ。
It was you who acted.
その結果としてみんなが君のことを見てきた。
As a result, everyone has had their eyes on you.
君という周囲共通認識はとっくに出来上がっているんだ。
Mutual recognition of you has long been established.
これからは、いや、もうすでに
From this point forward, No, already.
君こそが
You are.
僕
I
僕は
I am
君は
who are
誰
you.
僕は
I am Taku!
その声が聞こえた瞬間に
The moment I heard that voice,
意識が僕を固定した
my consciousness stabilized me.
ぐちゃぐちゃにかき回されていた世界が一気に収束する
The one swirling world converged all at once.
混沌は僕のディソードを形作って収束する
My D-sword took shape as a converging chaos.
僕は僕としての形に戻る
I returned to my shape as myself.
世界は世界としての形に戻る
The world returned to its shape as the world.
僕は僕だ
I am me. I could see clearly now. All my wounds had healed. My top and bottom halves were connected. I was standing on my own 2 feet. The pain was entirely gone. Serenity filled my heart.
妄想によく見つかったね
You did well to overcome the delusions.
僕の最後の力を君に託すよ
I entrust you with the last of my power. I noticed Rimi at the edge of my vision. She was okay. She was looking at me. Tears were falling down her face. Don't cry. Summoning my strength, I grasped the D-sword hilt. I ascertained its feeling. My arms worked better than ever. I had completely regenerated.
これは実に興味深いですよ
My, this is quite fascinating.
この化け物
You damn monstrosity. I focused my eyes on Noros.
確かに僕は化け物だよでもこれが
Sure, I'm a monster, but this is so I can rescue Rimi, so I can destroy Noah too.
僕が望んだ妄想だ
The delusion that I wished for. Noros' response was swift. He had yet to harvest the code sample of Nishija Takumi. The delusion was supposed to have cornered the boy and shattered his psyche, but now the tables had turned. And that he could not allow. Noros closed the gap between himself and Takumi. Taking a specific angle, he swung his D-sword from below. With a D-sword that could cleave any known object, he diagonally carved through Takumi's chest. The target's durability made no difference. Killing a person with it was as simple as slicing through a block of gelatin. With one quick swipe from Noros, Takumi's body was split into pieces. His head, right arm, right shoulder, all slid cleanly off his body. Internal organs littered the floor, but not a single drop of blood fell with them. The lower half of Takumi's body began to give way. He braced himself and managed to plant his feet. In the following moment, the cross-section of his wound began to undulate and squirm. A bubbling noise ensued, and then he regenerated. Even though his body had been cleaved apart a mere second ago, already a new head, right arm, shoulder had been born. His old head and internal organs remained where they had slid free from him.
痛覚は遮断した
I already blocked off my sense of pain. With a single step, Takumi approached Noros. Noros clicked his tongue, then turned over his D-sword.
肉体の形を捨てたらいい
by virtue of casting aside your bodily form,
いかなる形をも取るということですか。
any form whatsoever is within your means, I take it.
あんたの見せてくれた妄想のおかげだよ。
You can thank the delusion you showed me for that. He was unable to retain his shape as a human being. He had taken in the delusion and made it his own. This was not regeneration, but replacement. Missing parts replenished, flesh and bone were produced, and once again, all propagating infinitely from the dust within his body. His shape was not fixed. Like an amoeba, like a collection of slime, he could change himself freely. That was the reason Takumi called himself a monster. Takumi took yet another step toward Narose. Narose's frustration increased. Gripping the hilt, he thrust his D-sword at the approaching Takumi. Takumi's head found itself between a colossal pair of scissors.
脳を失えば妄想はできないでしょう。
Without a brain, you can't have any more delusions, now can you? Takumi's head was crushed. It was split like a watermelon. Blood and gray matter burst forth. Everything above the neck was gone, and yet Takumi's body remained. Regeneration, replacement, was instantaneous. As soon as his heel hit the ground, as if nothing had happened, as if they had been entirely replaced, his head returned right to where it had been without a single scratch. Narose awakened to an understanding he could not win this fight. Physical attacks with his D-sword were useless. The delusional attack denying the boy's reason for existence had taken in and used for an alternate purpose. The current Nishida Takumi was all too removed from human normalcy, all too distorted from existence, all too fitting as a monster. And yet, despite it all, Narose had no intention of conceding. His next thought was to utilize Noah 2's power to bombard Takumi with innumerable antiparticles. Bombardment with antiparticles could transform any known existence into negative matter, ending ultimately in self-collapse. If disruption from the surface was not viable, then collapse must be undertaken from within.
そうなんだね。
You're on the right track. Narose's thoughts had been read by Takumi. What? The shine of Takumi's D-sword transformed from red to black. A black flame enveloped the blade, wriggled forth, extending outward. Its shape resembled that of a dark, colossal serpent.
そして現れるのよ。
And then it shall appear. It roamed throughout the dome as if constrained by it, toward the ceiling, toward the floor, as though it was licking them up, as though it was scraping them away. It simply consumed.
邪神の黒き大蛇、あらゆる崩壊を飲み込み、邪神の身を砕くことのできる糖質にして異質なる
A dark, colossal serpent of wicked hearts, being capable of devouring all corrosion, shattering the wicked-hearted king's body itself, and installing heterogeneity, whatever, in this homogeneity, whatever. The body of the colossal serpent was composed of antiparticles. With a mere touch, it could send any known object into a self-collapse. A torrent of destruction composed of near infinite greed.
触手芸はあんまり好みじゃないけど。
Can't say I'm all that fond of tentacle porn though. There and then, Takumi's D-sword swung, its pointed tip fixed on Narose. The dark serpent, winding itself in a coil, curved its body like a whip. Its jaw snapped at Naros.
まさかこれほどとは。
Such power. It can't be. Not once had Naros ever seen such a phenomenon from D-Sword. He could not discern whether it was the hidden power of all Gigalomaniacs or merely Takumi's delusion. The dark fangs eroded Naros' body, and he began to collapse. All too slowly, like a frog slowly dissolving in the belly of a snake, darkness swallowed him. He felt no pain. By nature, his death should have been instant. But that was not what Takumi wished for. Realizing this, Naros' lips twisted into a derisive smile. Naros had no fear of death. One could say that the ideals he pursued had been accomplished with the completion of Noah 2.
私を殺してもノア2には誰も近づけない。
Even if you kill me, no other person can approach Noah 2.
永久期間なんですよ、それは。
A perpetual motion machine. That is what you're dealing with.
人類を未来永劫にわたって管理し続ける。
Its administration over humanity will last until the end of time.
ただ座して眺めているだけではない。人の幸福のために干渉してくる人工の神なのです。
It does not merely sit idle and watch from afar. Rather, it is a man-made god which interferes for the sake of mankind's happiness. Naros was God's inventor, so to speak. As long as Noah 2 continued to exist, mankind would not perish, and the eternal utopia Naros sought would become real. However, but you can approach it, can't you? What? The serpent's body wriggled and writhed with Naros in its grasp, lifting its body into the air. If that's the case, then you're the key. Naros was astonished, but soon enough, his face changed into an expression of pure agony. The serpent swung his body with ease. Takumi shot a glance at Rimi. Their eyes met. Just what was Rimi feeling as she watched him? Reading her mind would have been effortless, and yet Takumi did nothing of the sort. It seems I was able to save you after all. He quickly averted his eyes. His gaze then shifted to the still humming Noah 2, the throne of God, where none could stand a foot. The cradle which showed naught but dreams of bliss. I'm sorry. He apologized to no one in particular. I very well might be an enemy of humanity. The eternal utopia this device would have brought, a future without conflict, Takumi would extinguish them with his own two hands. Was that right? Or was it wrong? Takumi could not give the answer to that. But it's pretty common in mythology. Even gods tend to slack off when women are involved. That's why I, too, will sacrifice the happiness of mankind out of love for a girl. Takumi, D-Sword in hand, bent his arms in a gigantic arc. Break through! He thrust it forth, just like a javelin. The colossal serpent of darkness charged straight ahead. With the bait known as Naros impaled by its tip, it flew straight toward Noah 2. An enormous serpent of antiparticles, capable of terminating any known object. It had no will of its own. Thus, it was not something that could have been warped nor distorted. With the greedy impulse to destroy, using Naros as the key, the delusional barrier was easily smashed to pieces. and had the rain begun to fall. There had just been a huge explosion, and its blast blew my body away like it was nothing more than... Alright. Next thing I knew... Fuck. Those were always... Those eyes were always watching me. The stare pierced through the thick, pitch black rain clouds and poured down on me like rain. Holy crap. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. My body couldn't stop shivering, not from the chill of the rain, but rather the ice-cold rubble against my back. So terribly cold. A gaze pierced me from the heavens. Who it belonged to, I couldn't say. As if to escape it, I raised my head to look at the environment around me. There I saw a ruined city. There I saw despair. There I saw death. Saw nothingness. Not a soul was there. Not a soul was moving. Not a soul was left alive. The only thing I could hear was the sound of the rain continuing to pour. At this rate, everything, both the living and the dead, would it all be gently embraced and washed away? How nice it would be if it was all just a delusion, but that didn't seem to be the case. I couldn't move my body. I could only move my eyes and neck, and even then, just barely. I couldn't use that monstrous power. From before. My body was shivering, and that was nothing more than a psychological phenomenon. It wasn't happening by my own will. I didn't want my body to tremble. If I couldn't move it freely, then it wasn't my body. Or maybe I had never had free will ever since I was born. Nobody knows exactly where their soul resides. Bearing that in mind, how could anyone say that there was a soul inside this body of mine? But then where exactly was I now? Was I really here? Was I anywhere at all? In this shattered world, where all stood still, where all that could be heard was the rain of death, suddenly another sound echoed through it. A solitary existence began to emerge from the sea of nothingness. Who are you? Is your skin so pale because it had been numbed by the chill of the rain? Or was it because you were already dead? And yet, the girl wasn't shivering. And those eyes of hers, nearly hidden by her bangs. Don't look at me. They looked so terribly sad. They looked as if they held a hint of madness. It looked as if they reflected nothing. If she and I were the only ones left in the world, if we stared into each other's eyes like this for all eternity, would my world be reduced to the reflection in her eyes? Would her world be reduced to a reflection of my eyes? The only thing reflected in her eyes was me. The only thing reflected in my eyes was her. When I thought of it that way, the world immediately seemed so much smaller. Hey. Suddenly, a flash of static reached my ears, one endlessly beautiful, yet deeply discordant. She lowered her head, and she spread her arms wide. almost as if preparing to take off, to soar high above the rain clouds, or as if trying to catch all of the falling rain.
あなたを見つめる
All that's watching you
妄想
is a delusion. From where I was on the ground, I couldn't see the expression on that lowered head of hers. Behind this thin veil of rain, just what kind of face are you making? I'll put you to rest now. An angel? Were those dancing feathers of light blessing me? Or... Ah, I see. I finally understand. She's gonna use that to kill me. The girl slowly kneeled to the ground before my collapsed body, with her head still lowered. She gently took my own in her hands. I surrendered my body to her grasp. I was just relieved that she wasn't looking at me.
殺さなくちゃ
I'll put you to rest now. I'll put you to rest now. In my ear, I heard a whisper, garbled by static. It was as beautiful.
ごめんね
I'm sorry. So sorry. Am I back to pushing the button? Holy moly. There's nothing to apologize for. Oh. If I don't disappear, the other me, the real me, will die. So that's why I'm okay with this. In fact, I'm really glad I get to be erased by you. It's not that bad an end for a monster like me. I don't have any regrets. A warm, soft, gentle, sweet sensation. Miraculously, as if it were the shivering in my body slowly began to die down. Her soft breath tickled my cheeks. It smelled so sweet. Suddenly, I sensed something pressing against my chest. The large sword she held tore through my skin, bored into my flesh, weaved through my bones, and slowly sank through the center of my body. But, gifted with the anesthesia of her kiss, I no longer felt any pain. I would never have imagined that I'd get such a kind death. Just the thought of it broke my heart, leaving me on the verge of tears. Trying to hide them, I looked past the girl's head and up toward the ashen sky where the rain continued to pour. That's it? Alright. Interesting. I wonder how the real ending ends. Nice.